Hello and welcome to the world premiere of the 2021 Global Energy Healing Summit. I'm Tom McCarthy and I'll be your host for the summit. I'm incredibly grateful to be with you here today, and I'm so excited to share with you these incredible interviews that you're going to get an opportunity to hear about today. We're going to start with Master Chunyi Lin, who is a dear friend of mine for many years. He's a renowned Qigong master, and he's going to share with you tactics and techniques you can use for remote energy healing to help heal friends or loved ones, or even to use on yourself. So I can't wait for you to learn those techniques. We've got Donna Eden and her husband, David Feinstein. They are the queen and king of energy medicine, and they're going to share with you, again, techniques you can start to use right away to work with your own energy and heal. Dr. Alex Loyd will be here. He's the best-selling author of the Healing Codes, and he's going to share with you how to heal the roots of any issue that you're facing right now, and to do it in minutes. It's incredible what he's going to share with you. Ashok Gupta of the Gupta Method taught me several years ago how to overcome chronic fatigue. And he's going to share with you too how to retrain your brain so that you can start to heal from chronic conditions. Stacy McCarthy, you might recognize that last name. She shares it with me. I share it with her. That's my wife. She is one of the leading experts in yoga and wellness in the world. And she's going to share with you how to master the big three. And she says the big three, once you master them, will change your life. The big three are how you move, how you eat, and how you think. And she's got rituals that you'll learn where you can master all three of those areas and enjoy energy and vibrancy and health. Dr. Leta Jussila is an acupuncturist, and she's going to share with us the power of plants. You've heard of plant medicine. She's going to share with you how plants have energy, and when we ingest plants in our body, we can, if we use the right plants and we know what they are, we can use them to heal. And then finally, we have Rachael Dardano, and she taught me quite a bit recently, and she's going to share with you how to cleanse your energy, how to let go of things that are holding you back. And I know you're going to love the interview with her too. So get ready. We've got an amazing day in store for you. Enjoy it, soak it in, start to use these techniques, and I'll see you at the end of day one. I am so excited for my next guest. He's actually somebody that I love so much. He's been so helpful to me in my life, and he's one of the most unconditionally loving human beings on the planet. He's a co-host of this summit, and actually the reason we're doing this summit is because he and I, along with his wife, Deborah, are doing a company together. So this is such a treat for me to introduce you to Chunyi Lin. He is a Qigong master. He is the founder of Spring Forest Qigong, and he's trained over 700,000 people around the world in Qigong and in healing. He, in 2010, was named the Qigong Master of the Year. So, Chunyi, I am really excited. You and I have had so many conversations over the years, but I'm really excited to let everybody know who you are, and I know you're going to help a lot of people. So, thanks for being here.
Well, so thank you, Tom. Thank you for your invite. And I'm just so happy to know you in my life. And so you're my dear friends. We have been together for so long. I'm looking so forward to our time working together to help the world to become a better place for every species of life to enjoy. So thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. No, thank you, Chunyi. So Chunyi grew up in China before coming to the United States. And Chunyi, tell us a little bit about your journey, because you weren't a Qigong master right from age 1 or 2. You had to go through a journey to find this passion of yours, this purpose of yours. Give us a little glimpse into what that journey looked like.
Oh, wow. So my journey is too long. And so I think it's impossible to tell you my journey in 10 minutes.
Yeah.
But anyway, I will give you a little bit background about how I became a Qigong practitioner like who I am now. And I grew up in China, as you know. And at that time, in the Cultural Revolution, happened. I was at the age of 8. And overnight, the whole country was in a mess. So my parents were captured and put into jail. And so my brothers and sister and I got kicked out from the house and wandering in the streets for 3 days, no food. Wow. And our nanny and an older lady, which we adopted as our grandma, and took care of us, so brought us to wandering in the streets, for 3 days. And we knocked at a couple of friends' doors, and they, as soon as they saw us, they just said, no, we cannot take you, because we were almost like the enemies of the country at that time. So and no people were there to accept us. So then finally we got somebody who was a landlord lady and brave enough took us in. So we stayed in her place for 7 days. So after the 7 days, and a group of friends of my father who my father helped in his life, they risked their life to get into the town to find us. And then they brought us out of that town, which was in a big chaos. So then we escaped. And during the time, while we were trying to run away, and the so-called devoted friends of my parents to cut us, and wow, that was the most
friends
scary
of your
time.
parents. Friends of your parents caught you. Wow.
Yeah, they caught me and they put that rifle guns at my head and my sister's head.
Wow.
Threatening us to kill us. And because at that time, if they didn't do that, the government might go after them because they were so close to us.
Sure.
So for no reason, right? For no reason, they did that, right? That was the only political reason. So then the other guy who knew a little bit about us, he said, well, so we are trying to find their parents, but not their kids. Let the kids go. So then they signal us to run. And of course, I held my sister's hand and we ran as fast as we wish. We had 4 legs. And then, so finally we escaped out of the town. So, and of course, later on we joined our parents across a harbor to the other side of the harbor. Then after the Cultural Revolution was over, we were still not doing very well because and we were still considered as the bad people. So any people could insult us. And as a kid and at school, I was bullied, every day. And the school, the books, my backpack and my books, and just torn when I came home, and many times. And I was beaten black and blue. And so what was the condition at that time in China. And then after a few more years, well, at that time, so let me go back a little bit. So I focused more of my time to study. So my study was doing pretty well because I didn't have time to, no friends to play with me, right?
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, so then I had to focus on study. So then time when move forward, after the Cultural Revolution, I graduated from high school then. So I, like many of the young people like me, living in the city, were first of all educated and then later on forced to go to work in the countryside. And we call it the youth going to get the second education from the peasants in the countryside. So I went, and 4 years, almost 5 years, working in the rural country, 16 hours of work every day.
Farming work?
No, farming.
Yeah.
Farming. So growing peanuts, sweet potatoes, rice, sugar canes, and those kind of things. Very heavy labor. So I had a lot of injuries, and of course I played basketball too.
Yeah.
Then that added more injuries to my body, and so Cultural Revolution ended, and I got a chance to participate in enter college examinations. And then I became a college student. That was a life-changing, completely changing. I learned so much, in the college. So then I became a college teacher. So I continued to practice, but I had suicidal depression. I was in a mess. I had bone spurs in my neck, in my lower back, and injuries in my knees, and later on turned into arthritis. As a young man, I was in a mess.
Wow.
Suicidally, I was depressed, and then my physical body just aches and pains all over my body.
Probably some anger too, right?
Yeah.
From being bullied and being sent out to farm. I mean, you probably were angry then.
Yeah. Oh, I was just so angry, so mad. So, but the more serious thing is you could not express your anger. You have to trap your anger inside, because when you express your anger, that would attract more problems. And people will bully you more, and at work, people will look at you and also get what the hell going on here? You see, that kind of things, and then you will have less opportunities to get promoted. To get a better salary. Our salary at that time was very low. So like $5 American dollars, and for a month. That was our appliance.
So at that time, as a college teacher.
As a college teacher.
Wow.
So at that time, when I first came to the United States to participate in exchange program, and I had here I got the allowance like $60 for a month. I looked at it. Wow! So that's like a life in heaven.
Yeah.
People said, "Why you are so happy with $60? You only have $60. It's even $60. You only get what? Like a less than 10 McDonald's, right?" I said, "Wow, you know what? That is my 6 months. So I mean, almost 1 year salary in China. So I saved every penny, to bring it home. So
you had all these injuries, and you had this depression. How did you find Qigong? How did you find it?
So I tried every way, everything to heal my knees and heal my back, but Western way and Eastern way, acupuncture, herbal medicine, injection, you just name it. Then sometimes it helped a little bit, but when the pain came back, it came back even worse. So one day, a colleague of mine said, a Qigong master coming to town, by sitting in his conference, and you could help yourself heal very serious challenges too. So I already tried everything, all right? So why not I tried one more thing? So then I went, and there are thousands of people sitting on the dirt ground in a soccer field. And so I was there listening to this master. I I didn't believe I would get healed completely. But this was the last hope. So I went. And the master talked and taught the Olympic techniques, and everybody was following him. And then he said, well, if you wanted to heal yourself faster and more completely, and you need to forgive those people who once upon a time hurt you so badly in your life. Immediately I said, no way. How can I forgive those people, right? When their life in danger, my parents gave everything to them. And when our lives is in danger, instead of helping us out, they kick us out of the house and put their best friends, kids, into the mouth of a wolf. Yeah. So no way, I said in my heart. But immediately the master said, it looks like he knew my heart. And he said, well, if you had a hard time to say, I forgive you, and you can pretend. Just by pretending to forgive these people, you can also get some good benefits too. I say, wait a minute. If by forgiving, pretending, I can heal myself faster and completely, well, and I think that is a good deal. Yeah. So I started visualizing these people lining up in the sky one by one. Then I said to them, make sure they hear me. And now at this moment, I just want to help myself to heal faster and more completely. So I pretend I forgive you. I pretend I love you. So I repeat, I pretend I love you. I pretend I forgive you, so for thousands of times, and very quickly murmuring. And then so I got tired of repeating the same words. And I simply just, I love you, I forgive you, I love you, I forgive you. And then simply just internally go, that kind of homing sound. Up to, I don't know how long I did that, then miracle happened. My whole body was like on fire. Wow. Starting from the belly button, which we call it the lower dantian, and then radiating out through my entire body, my hands, my legs, and I was starting moving the body automatically, and then even I roll on the ground, so I was shaking and trembling. That kind of a shaking and trembling was not from my mind. It's simply the body was doing it. And then it was about quite a few hours, and this master was talking 7 hours and a half, and then I picked myself up from the ground. Miracle happened. The pain in my knees, the arthritis in my knees, in my back, in my neck, completely went away. Completely. I mean, the pain. And now the pain in my knees is 80% gone. I was able to jump, to run. I'm just so happy. And after that, I went home, I practiced another 2 months. Something even bigger happened. My suicidal depression went away. And I love people. I love everything. And the glasses, trees, and everything looked so dear to me. And wow, that was such a huge change in my life. And I call it, that's the enlightening moment I had. Then, after that, I said, wow, the Qigong is so true, so real. Some people said, well, this is a psychological thing, right? You believe it, it works. You don't believe it, it doesn't work. But to me, it is just so real. And so later on, I spent all my vacation time to practice Qigong, to go to different parts of the country, to study under different masters, to go to Shaolin masters, to go to Sichuan and stay in a cave and meditate inside. The longest time I stay in a cave to meditate is 28 days. with only a few apples and 3 bottles of water. So at the time, I tell you, so when I was meditating over there, I said, well, no problem. And I can survive because we went through all the trainings from 3 days fasting to 8 days fasting. Right now, here's 28 days. It's okay, so I knew it. But you know what? This was very intensive meditation and training. And I got 3 bottles. That bottles is about like 2-3 cups of water, one bottle. And then, so the first 3 days, I already drank 2 bottles. And we have 6 apples. And the first 3 days, I ate I ate 4. I still have 20 more days to go. So yeah, wow. I was a little panicking. Then I calmed myself down. Okay, anyway, and when my master said it is okay, I believe it is okay. Just meditate and meditate. I survive. So that was such a huge experience. And then after that intensive training, and then I was certified as a Qigong master. So Tom, I cannot hear you. There's no sound. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, now you can hear me. Yeah. So the thing that's so cool is that you are the most, as I mentioned, you are the most loving human being I know on the planet. And so many people feel that way about you. Jack Canfield and all these thought leaders. And to think of you as ever being, angry or having suicidal tendencies and being depressed, I can't even imagine that. So the transformation you had in your life is incredible. It's just absolutely incredible. And so Chunyi, what we're going to talk about today, so now you know his story, everyone watching know how he came to Qigong. And one of the things is he's not only a Qigong practitioner that's taught many people, hundreds of thousands of people, Qigong, he also is one of the most amazing energy healers on the planet. As a matter of fact, Chunyi wrote a book called You Were Born a Healer. And his mission in life, his purpose in life is a healer in every home. Today, I want to talk to you a little bit about remote healing. Mm-hmm. So, and Chunyi he's been my go-to person. When I've got something, I'll say, hey, Chunyi, can you help me? And he's in Minneapolis, I'm in San Diego. And he'll tune in to my energies and he'll say, you've got a blockage here, let me work on it. And he's just been so wonderful and such a great friend of mine. But for people that aren't used to remote healing, they're going, how can he be in Minneapolis and you be in San Diego and something happen? Can you talk to us about remote healing, Chunyi, and a little bit about the methods you use to do that?
Sure, absolutely. So it's about the simple answer to the remote healing is, as a healer, you're sending your healing love, your healing energy to the recipient and remotely, and one person, one healer, and you send healing to many of the people across the sky, to the other side of the world to help heal, and then or a group of healers or people send healing energy and remotely to other recipients. Our Springforce Qigong students always form groups to send healing to others. I'm talking about the energy. Energy has no limitation of space and time.
Yeah.
And so you need to open your heart to understand that. It is all about the energy transmission. And so you open your heart, you direct that energy, and from your heart, well, later on I can tell you the techniques and how to do that, to send your intention, and with the intention, you send your chi, and which here we're talking about energy, and to help others to clear the energy blockages. And so in order to help this person to heal and remotely, there's some steps. Now, these are the techniques. This is, you can call it my secret, right?
Yeah.
The first, you need to detect the energy blockages in this person's body and prior to the healing session. And then you need the information of this person, like the location of this person, or then the age, and if you know the birthday, that's even better, and the gender, and so while we talk about the location, right? And these are the things you need to know about this person so that you can pinpoint and so where this person is.
Yes.
So that your intention can direct your healing energy to help this person remotely. And so that's basically that's it.
That's awesome. So you can send energy and intention, not just you, but other people, when they learn how to do it, can send energy and intention anywhere in the world, right?
Yes, any corner in the world.
Yeah.
So that there's no problem. So may I tell you a story?
Sure. Yeah, please.
Okay. Yeah. So let me. This is not only I can do it. Everybody in my classes who learns these techniques can do it. And a long time ago, there was a student of mine called me. At the time, I was preparing to go to a formal dinner invited by my friend. And he said, I have a friend who is having a heart attack in Italy, in a village in Italy. So he is literally dying because the heart is only like a 15% of the heart is working. So Maslin, can you do healing for my friend? I said, well, I'd love to do that for him. But you know what? You have been in my level 3 class and you can do it. He said, no, I don't have that power yet. I said, well, you do. And you trust yourself. You are already an advanced student. You can get a group of people together to do it. And I will send healing energy to help you. Because at this moment, I am busy going now. And he said, really? And I said, yes, you can do it. Then within 1 hour or 2 hours of the time, and he gathered together 16 people in his house, started doing the meditation, and I tuned in to help them, to give them more energy. So then on the other end of the world, the doctors in Italy screaming, they say, what happened? What happened? Because the monitor of the heart, the EKG, EEG, that kind of things, is rising up from 15 to 35 to 45 to 55. The heart function actually is moving better and better. And then he called me back in about 1 hour. He said, things are getting much better. So thank you. What can we do next? I said, well, this is not safe yet. You need to do another healing. And I'm going to turn in tonight and I'm going to work on him too. So we did another healing. And then this gentleman who was an engineer and his wife was a licensed nurse in Minnesota. And they didn't believe the Qigong healing that much. And they thought, okay, and so and this is something real is happening. And then they called me back. They said, what can we do next? And I said, well, we'll continue to work on him. And if he is doing okay overnight, and then in 7 days, he'll be back in Minnesota. And they said, oh, come on, no way. The doctor said he needed to stay in Italy for 2 months before he could move back and do some activities. You know what? Exactly the 7th day, he was walking back in Minnesota in the street.
Oh, that's awesome.
So this is the remote healing.
Yeah.
And in remote healing, this energy has intelligence. It has wisdom. It knows what to do. Once it gets into your body, it knows exactly where to go to help you to fix the damaged tissues, to reset the energetic systems, then life will resume. And so this is the way how
that's
remote
amazing.
healing.
Yeah.
happens.
And so people in the Western part of the world have a hard time, many people have a hard time believing that you can send energy, that energy has intelligence, it can fix things.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why do you think they have so much trouble believing that? And how did you, because you probably didn't believe that when you were growing up, but
Right.
then you started to see results, I'm sure, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Also, actually, some people have been doing remote healing every day without noticing it. Let me put it that way, right? So, for instance, if you have a friend got injured or in a hospital, and for any other reasons, you say, "Oh, so God bless you. I will send you love and much love to you." And when you do this blessing, and automatically you already send energy
So people
to.
are already doing remote healing just by.
Absolutely. Excuse me.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. So anytime you think a loving thought for somebody
Yeah.
or send blessings, you're actually doing exactly what we're talking about. This is great.
Exactly. When you say, excuse me, I wish you'll be well in soon. I wish you'll be coming home and for the holiday. So when you send this intention and wishes, and
Yes.
then the people is going to receive that wishes. Our grandpas always said, "Well, be careful what you ask for, right?"
Yeah.
Because so when you send your love and energy to help others, and this love and this energy is going to reach that person. But
Yeah.
here, talking about energy remote healing, and you train yourself to activate this gift you already inborn with,
Right.
and you make it work better. And more you practice, more you are trained, and more you can activate this love and this gift to help others.
Yeah.
Right?
That's
So
awesome.
that is the case.
Yeah.
So of course, at the very beginning, when I practiced the qigong, especially the healing and face-to-face healing, and then later on the remote healing, I say, well, yeah, this is I would love to learn, but really, I do have that moment. But after I practice, I put it working on others. Then I found out it worked. So, and it might not work every time, immediately. Some people got results right away. Some people got result a little bit later, right? So some people might take several times to work. It depends on the situation of that person is. So, but hey, for instance, and if a person has a headache, long time ago, when I first started doing the remote healing, it might take like a half an hour to help to calm that headache down. And then when I practice more and more and more, the same level of headache, right now, I could do it like within seconds. That's the more you practice, the more focus you can give your energy, you direct the energy to help others, and then the better result you will be. And plus, the more you practice, there's one more thing is involved. It's very important. It's unconditional love.
Yes.
Right. So unconditional love with the chi, with the intention, with this pure unconditional love, you are able to help others to heal faster. So now here I'm talking about like a higher level healer. As a higher level healer has higher level vibration
Yes.
and with the energy. And this is not only that, you also need to have pure love too. It is the many healers I know, they have a great techniques.
Yes.
But not necessarily they practice unconditional love.
Yeah. When you, as I mentioned earlier, that is the thing to me that really stands out about you is your heart. You're so unconditionally loving. It really, I mean, it comes through. Like, I hope everyone's experiencing it just by hearing you talk. But you know, he's just such one of the treasures in my life, and I think one of the treasures on the planet is my good friend Chunyi. Chunyi, what are some techniques that you can share with people if they want to? I'm sure a lot of people will want, and we'll talk about later how to get in touch with you and your healers. But if they want to try healing, if they want to try healing a relative or a friend or a loved one, what are some things they can do?
Okay, so of course, unconditional love.
Start with that always.
You activate that, and you take 3 gentle deep breaths and focus on the heart. And calm yourself down so that, and then you put a smile on your face.
Okay.
And smile is very powerful technique. You might say,
"Well, smile do? What does a smile do? That just creates different energy."
Yeah, because smile, SMILE stands for, you know that? Start my internal love engine.
Oh, good. Yeah. I've heard you say that.
Yeah. So once you put a smile, automatically you start that love engine from your heart. Then you have your pure intention to help others. You don't have any kind of worries and egos at that moment anymore. Once you start this love from your heart, and then the techniques you use. Okay, Tom, would you please let's do it together? The sword fingers, right?
Okay.
Hold the sword fingers, and now here I want you to give a little bit test of the sword fingers, how it works. So, and you can literally feel the chi, right?
Yeah.
So first of all, you hold up one hand.
Okay.
Okay. So maybe left hand.
Okay.
Yeah, left hand, and also the fingers are slightly open, like what I do.
Yeah.
Okay. And then hold your sword fingers with the right hand. If you're right-handed person, it doesn't matter right hand or left hand. Just which hand you feel more comfortable. Now you say, send energy to the middle of my palm, and then you point your sword fingers to your palm, and you close your eyes. And then you say, visualize light shooting out from your sword fingers to the middle of the palm. Can you feel the tingly sensation?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I can. Yeah.
So then you put your hands a little bit away from each other, like what I do. And you continue to send light to the middle of the palm. Can you still feel that?
Yes.
All right. So cool, huh? Okay. So now we're doing something we call it remote healing, right? So now you point your sword fingers to the sky, and you move it and clockwise or counterclockwise, it doesn't matter. And then you say, send energy to the middle of my palm.
Send energy to the middle of my palm.
Now, do you still feel that even more tingly sensation in the middle of the palm?
Yes.
Even I feel more energy in the fingers now. You say, okay, now you can put your hands down. From here, now the first practice, you point the sword fingers to the middle of the palm, you can feel the energy. That's natural. While you say, well, we have a heat, temperature, right? That can affect in the middle of the palm. But once you put the hand towards to the sky, there's no connection with these two hands, right?
Yeah.
But with your mind, you say
the intention. Yeah, the intention, bringing it right there. Yeah.
So this palm is not. Then the energy will send to this palm.
Right.
So this is exactly what remote healing. It has no limitation of space, no limitation of time. and no limitation of speed either.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah, so this is what you can do. And so you do the short fingers. This piece of technique is in the YouTube. You can find that too, in my website too. So you use the short fingers to break out the blockage in the person's body. For instance, this person has a shoulder pain, right? Remotely, you can do that, visualizing your short fingers sending light to break out the blockage in this person's shoulder. You do it like 30 seconds or so at the very beginning of the practice.
Yeah.
If you get better, of course, 5 seconds, that's the time you need. Chop, 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 and break out the energy blockage. And then open your hand, visualizing your hand as an energy hand going across the sky and go to this person's shoulder and take hold of the pain as a smoke and put it out and return it back to the universe as extra energy. This is not bad energy, right?
Yeah.
The energy blockage is also a form of energy. It's just a little bit more condensed. So you just put it out as smoke and return it back to the universe and say in your mind, channels open, blockage is gone, and completely healed. You need to say the word completely because this is what you want, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Completely healed, completely healed, completely healed, completely healed, and just keep moving. Yeah. At the very beginning, when you pull the blockage out, you will feel a sensation, kind of a heavy, sticky feeling in your hand, like that. Then after that, when the blockage is going away, getting less and less, and no blockage in that area anymore, then you will feel your hand getting normal, very light. That means.
So that's the sign. When the hand feels lighter, you've gotten that out. Okay, interesting.
Exactly. And then at the end, and also when that happens, you give healing energy back and block the energy so that the result can be sustained, right? So 9 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You send energy in that way. Use the palm.
Yeah.
Give back.
That's great.
That's it.
So now everybody's learned how to be a remote healer. So first start with the sword fingers, and then you chop, 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 right? See that energy blockage breaking up, and then pull out till it feels light in your hand, and then 9 times putting energy back in. That's amazing. Thank you. You've just, you've helped so many hundreds of thousands, millions of people, but everybody who's watching, this really is a technique that will work. Now, someone may not feel it immediately because it's subtle energy. It's subtle energy that you're changing, but you can now help your loved ones, your friends, and you can even do this technique on yourself, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely.
So if you have a sore shoulder or knee or something, you can do the same steps. You're so generous. You're always helping people, and you're always the first to offer to help. I love you so much. You've been such a great friend. Where can people find you, Chunyi, and your work if they want to take the next steps in developing a Qigong practice so that they are removing blockages automatically, or if they want to become a more advanced healer, or if they need healing from people that you've trained? Where can they find you?
Sure. Yeah, you can come to visit my website and the springforestqigong.com, or you can see me in the Facebook like a Chunyi Lin or Master Chunyi Lin or Spring Forest Qigong in the Facebook, and you can find me too. Every day, from Monday to Friday, we have like an everyday Qigong practice. Starting at 8 o'clock Central Time. So our teachers will guide you for half an hour. Every day you have a teacher to practice together with you.
Yeah.
And of course, I have many courses, level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4. And our teachers all over the world So you can visit Spring Forest Qigong website, and you can find all this information. And,
Yeah.
yeah.
I can't recommend it highly enough. I've been practicing Spring Forest Qigong ever since I learned back in 2008, 2009, when I first met
Yeah.
Chunyi through a group that we're part of called the Transformational Leadership Council. And it's amazing. It's so amazing. It's such a wonderful practice for the body, also for the mind, and you feel so good after you do it. So I would encourage everybody to go to Spring Forest. Qigong is QI and then GONG.com. Spring, just like spring, forest, just like forest, and then Qigong.com. Chunyi, thank you so much. And we've got another interview with you coming up. So we're going to be talking about energy blockages too. So look for that on the schedule here. Everybody that's watching, he'll be talking more about energy blockages and how to clear them and what they are. But thank you so much for enlightening us and teaching all of us how to become remote energy healers. It's been so wonderful of you to do that. Do you have any final words you want to share with people before we sign off on this?
Also, absolutely. And well, thank you, Tom. Thank you for your presence, and thank you for your invite. And just so enjoy having this moment with you. Now, our intention is very important. And everybody was born a healer. Everybody was born with these beautiful gifts. You can help yourself to heal. You can help others to heal. And the unconditional love is very important. When you want to help others to heal and heal completely, activate that unconditional love from your heart and trust yourself. When you trust yourself, you have more confidence. And then, so with the intent and with the pure energy, then you set up a condition, you set up an environment, and with your unconditional love, so that your pure energy, in Qigong practice, we call it that Qi, and can flow out from you. And then this Qi, the intelligence, can work even better for helping yourself and helping others. And the more amazing thing of a Spring Forest Qigong practice is once you are helping others to heal, and at the same time, simultaneously, you are helping yourself to heal too. And many people, they help others with the aches and pains in the body, ended up, they are the first one to get rid of the pain.
Yeah.
So, because you activate this Qi, the intelligence, not only helping others, and you're helping yourself. So, and not like many other people said, well, I need to be well so that I can help others to heal. But in Spring Forest Qigong practice, you don't need to be perfect so that you can help others.
Yeah.
You help others at the same time to help yourself to become perfect. How about that?
That's awesome. That's wonderful. That is so wonderful. Well, I love you very much. You're a dear friend, and so happy to be doing this summit with you. And thank you so much for helping everybody in this. And as I said before, look for the second interview with Chunyi. That's coming up on the summit too. We'll see everybody soon. Amazing job. Thank you, Chunyi.
Yeah, so thank you, Tom. Thank you.
Did you know it only takes a few seconds to change or potentially save someone's life? By sharing the Global Energy Summit with friends and loved ones, you're giving them a key to health and happiness they may never hear about otherwise. All you have to do is click the share button below to spread the word. I am so excited to have our next guest, and we were just having a lovely conversation right before we started. They are pioneers and legends in energy medicine, and a lot of people can say that they know things about energy medicine or they're experts, but you just look at these two, and they're a couple, but just the energy is just like beaming off of them, which is just so much fun to see. So our guests are Donna Eden and David Feinstein, and they are a married couple that run one of the largest, or probably the largest, school in energy medicine in the world. They've trained over 1,200 practitioners. I'm sure that number's even higher now. And it's interesting. Donna was born with this gift, but didn't really realize that it could be used for healing until later on. And I think we'll delve into that a little bit. Donna used her gift on herself. So she had some problems with her health that I want you to tell us a little bit about too, because I know that's part of your journey, Donna. And she actually used it on herself. I'll give one thing away. She had a heart attack when she was in her 20s. And many of the doctors and specialists she talked to said, you know, we can't help you. There's nothing we can do. And she helped herself. And so the proof is in the pudding with Donna. She was able to use her gift, not just on others, but the physician healed herself, which is really, really cool. She's an author of some huge books, New York Times bestseller, The Energies of Love, and then Energy Medicine in 18 different languages. And her husband is an amazing guy. He is one of the pioneers in energy psychology. He's got a PhD. He's a psychologist. And I was just telling him, I read an article he wrote. I don't know if you remember when you wrote that. It might've been a few years ago. But how he delved into going from a more traditional psychology practice into being a leader and a pioneer in energy psychology, and all the modalities he looked at when he was at Johns Hopkins, and some were not up to the standard, and then really finding some that are. So I can't wait for this conversation today. Thank you both for being with us today.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
Yeah. So Donna, let's start with you. I alluded to your story, but I'd like you to tell us how they just have so much love for each other too. Just from the way they look at each other and support each other. This is so cool. But Donna, tell us a little bit about your journey. So you were born with this gift, and you could see electromagnetic fields and subtle energy in people. But what really brought you to the point where you decided to share it with the world? I know part of it was using it on yourself, but take us through that journey a little bit, please.
Well, first of all, I didn't know that the whole world didn't see energy. I thought everybody did. And when I found out in my early 20s that they didn't, I didn't know how they made their way through life, or I didn't know how they made decisions or anything. It was absolutely shocking to me.
Because everyone in your family.
Yeah, my family did, except for my dad did. But my mother did, my sister, my brother. I mean, it was just, and I am absolutely convinced that every baby born sees energy. And then, but if it's not kept alive, if the family doesn't talk about it, it just kind of goes dormant, because there are so many things to learn when you're a baby. Yeah. So I think around 1 year old, it's gone if you haven't kept talking about it. So anyway, for me, it was, when I was 16, I got multiple sclerosis. And it got worse and worse and worse through the years. And then, as you said, I had a heart attack at 27. But it was my MS that was so bad, because I had 2 little kids and I wasn't able to walk very well. Sometimes I didn't walk at all. And I was getting worse and worse. And then all my organs began to break down.
That's why she had her heart attack.
Yeah, that's why I had a heart attack, because all my organs were breaking down. And I had 5 different specialists tell me there was absolutely nothing they could do, because I was not disintegrating, but some word like that really fast. Yeah. And on that 5th doctor, I don't know what happened, but it was like a spiritual experience for me. I felt like lightning struck me, and I knew I was going to heal myself. And I went home that day and began to see if I could. Like, the first place was on my thighs. There was no energy on my thighs whatsoever. So I was going to see if I could hook up the energy so it would flow in that part. And that's how it all began. And I did. After a while, I could see the energy connect from my hips to my knees. And I knew it was all just going to go uphill from there, down smooth sailing from there.
Yeah. That's amazing. So, hey, and going back,
she didn't really have a healing ability or know of a healing ability until this point. She could see the energies, but she thought everybody could. She didn't really realize that you could use this to heal something. So
Right.
she hadn't ever worked on anyone. It just never occurred to her to use it that way. So it was in desperation, really, that she just made that simple discovery that where there's so much pain in her upper legs, that just holding 2 points could get the energy to smooth out, to flow in harmony. So that was the start of her work.
And when I did get well, when I got well, oh, first I should say that I was trying to handle my MS, but the first thing that happened was all my allergies went away. You know, it's like you start seeing your body in a holistic way, and whatever's wrong starts getting fixed. And so that was an amazing thing to me, because I lived in a world where everybody said this was healthy and that wasn't, and none of that worked for me. I mean, if I had red meat, I was suddenly good again. If I didn't have red meat, I wasn't. And Dairy Queens were really good for me. So anyway, then when my allergies went away,
The greens and
grains were first, but then everything that grew out of the ground, I was allergic to.
Wow.
It was like poison in my body. And then suddenly I could eat. It was vegetables first, fruits were the last, but then they came around, and it was just more and more exciting. It got so exciting how I was watching my body unfold in these amazing ways. But then once I was really well and I could walk well, and I just wanted to share it with everybody that I ran into. Yeah. And now I was seeing that I was interpreting better the things that I was seeing when I would look at other people, you know, what was wrong with them. And I sometimes was totally inappropriate and would stop people on the street and tell them, here's what you can do.
That's amazing. So when you look back, the experience you went through, I always tell people there's always an advantage. Had you not had MS, had you not had 5 doctors, if you tell you there's nothing we can do, we probably wouldn't be sitting here with the 2 of you today. I mean, it's pretty
absolutely. 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 I mean, I thank God that I had MS. I'm so glad I had all of these real struggles that you couldn't find an answer in a book about. No doctor could give you the answer. You had to figure it yourself. And to this day, it's one of my teachings is to say, when you figure it out for yourself, even though we have lots of things you can do, they're like, everybody has a maze inside of them. And if you figure out your maze, it changes your life completely and forever, and empowers you, and you can't turn off of it ever again.
Yeah. And so one of the things, and David, maybe, you might, being a psychologist, you might want to chime in on this too. One of the things that, this is the Global Energy Healing Summit, people coming, some are suffering, right? They have dis-ease or they've got a condition. Some just want to be healthier. But when conditions do come up, there's a gift there, right? It's almost something that's nudging us in a different direction that we would not have gone in had that shown up. How do you talk to people about that? Because even in some of the most more challenging illnesses, there's a gift in there too, right?
Well, there's always learnings that, no matter how dire the circumstances. And Donna she had this lightning strike, so she had this inspiration that she knew she was going to get better, but she still couldn't walk. She didn't know that she was going to get better. And so by going into the illness and finding out, and from the psychological point of view, any illness always has emotional components. Doesn't mean that emotions cause the illness, but once you have a serious illness, you've got a lot of feelings about that, and it impacts your sense of possibility and your sense of what the world is supposed to be, and pain breaks down people's faith. So all of those psychological issues, as you confront them, as you move through them, and energy work, both energy medicine and energy psychology, can really help people move through the denial, the fear, the anger at God, the anger at your body, all of those things. So at the emotional side, there's a lot that can be done so that you're evolving, you're becoming more conscious, no matter what the physical outcome. So even, to die at peace,
yes,
is real different than dying with things unfinished. And so you add but then the energy work is what that's got a power that is beyond what the mind can do. And that's what Donna has really pioneered. And she wants to talk about that right now.
I saw her raising her hand over there. Can I go next? Yeah.
I just want to say, when I really got that energy really is all there is.
Yes.
That's it. There is nothing else. And we look solid, but we're just lattice works of force fields. So it's a whole nother realm that you can drop into beyond what you psychologically think or anything else. It's like, and moving away from the chemistry of the body, but move to the ground level is our energy. And the whole universe is energy, and we're energy. And for me, I let everything else go but the energy, and just worked with the energy of it. And it is thrilling. It is so exciting to do that because you're lifted out of all the other categories, and it's amazing. It's amazing.
How do you teach people to do that though, Donna? Because people are so addicted to seeing their body as this, this solid object. And that's one of the detriments of healing, right? If we see it as solid, if we see this condition as something that, we can touch and feel, we keep believing in it more. When you see it just as energy I
found it really easy to teach because, and people begin to suspend their disbelief because I teach energy testing, how to test the energy when you can't see it, when you can't feel it, when you don't know it yourself, or when you have a headset that says, "Oh, please," I like to energy test. You might think he's a plant, but I'll at least show you what I mean. Now this is just, to test the energy. All I want him to do is just keep his arm out. He doesn't have to struggle hard or not, but I'm going to just see if he has a bounce. He has a bounce right now, which means, his energy is flowing. Now, I could probably overpower him, but still it would be hard. He's not going to overpower easily. Now, I can come along here. Now, I don't know if you can see, lift up your body. I'm going to flutter him right there. Now, I just have 2 fingers now. I could shift the energy. Suddenly those points take energy out of his arm. Wow. So you can start understanding that energy. I mean, if you're alive, you've got energy and it's flowing everywhere. And if you're not alive, the energy's gone. So we're going to go along, and I'm going to massage those points over there. And I mean, the body it works like magic, but utter science too. And it'll flow back through that arm once you have massaged those points.
Yeah, you got to be very nice to her, David. Make sure that she doesn't take that energy out. Yeah.
I mean, it's really, really bad. We teach 9 major energy systems of the body that you can affect each one of those energy systems, and it'll bring healing back, and will also reveal amazing things about your history. It'll reveal about your psyche. It'll reveal everything. Energy is everything.
Right. Yeah. What Donna really is saying basically is that energy is the infrastructure of the physical body. So it's energy animates it, and that looks solid in many traditions. It's thought of as coalesced energy. It's not that it isn't solid. It is solid because that's how the universe is. But this is the densest. This is the densest form of energy. But it's always moving. It's always, the body is alive. And so by figuring out how those energies flow in these 9 systems, you can really support any health condition in the same way that we have a heart and lungs and kidneys and all these organs and a cardiovascular system and immune system and all these systems. For each of those, there's an energy that underlies it. There's an energy that is guiding it, that has intelligence in how it guides it. So that was a really hard concept for me in our early days, was energy has intelligence. No. Energy has the capacity to do work. It moves things. It doesn't make decisions.
I mean, can you imagine? I stayed with him anyway.
You didn't believe in what you were talking about at first, but you stayed with him. That was good. Hey, Donna, you said that you believe everybody's born with this gift to see energy, but most people disconnect from it at age 1. How this is maybe for a smaller population watching, but how can parents encourage their newborn babies to not disconnect from that gift? Is there anything they can do?
Yes, absolutely. You know, I had a practice for 23 years, and I often had a pregnant couple come in and say, well, how can I help my child keep all of their senses, you know, and be able to see energy. And so I said, just keep talking about it. You know, like if you pick up a baby, I always say this, if you pick up a baby, you'll often notice a baby looks around your head.
Yeah.
They don't look at you, they're looking like that, you know. I mean, they're looking at your aura. Yeah. And if you just say things like, what color is my aura? And just talk like that. It doesn't matter that you can't see it. You can let the baby know you know it's there. And what happens is, and we lived in Ashland, Oregon we still think of it as our home, but we're not there very much anymore. But in that town, I got to watch babies grow up. And I'd see kids grow up still seeing energy. And
wow,
tell the story about.
I know what he just a few years ago, I went back home. I don't know if you've ever been to Ashland, but it's really there's 2 streets, but one major street, and you get to know everybody in town, less than 20,000 people. And I was walking down the street, and I hadn't been there in a long time. I was walking down the street, and at the end of the street were some 3 or 4, I think there were 4 boys, and they were big guys. They looked like football players, you know how they saunter, and they were walking at the end of the block, and the biggest, tallest one said, "Hey, Donna, I see purple."
That's great.
And it was so much fun to get together with him and find out he was that little baby I left behind, you know. It's like, wow.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So parents and grandparents can encourage it, friends can encourage it.
Yes.
You know, as you mentioned.
Watch where their eyes go.
Yeah.
If you can't see it, just reinforce that. Reinforce that. Look at, as if you could see it.
Yeah.
Imagine it.
I love
and
it.
my mother always reinforced it. You know, she reinforced it all the time, and it was just natural. We thought my father was bizarre because he couldn't see energy.
What's wrong with Dad, right? Yeah, exactly. Is he even part of our family? So now most people have disconnected, as you've mentioned. You know, a lot of your work and your school for energy medicine is getting them reconnected. But can anybody that puts time and effort and energy and learns from you or other sources, can they reconnect with this gift?
I've seen it. I see people reconnect, and it isn't swift because it's like you have to be in the field and start working with energy, and once in a while I'll see somebody get it like that, but usually it starts growing again. And I have seen some people who I used to many years ago teach classes on just how to see your energy again. Mm-hmm. And at the end of the class, some people did, but some people now were hearing the energy or feeling it or knowing it. It's like their senses began to open up. So it was different for some people. But for people who've been with me for a long time, most of those people see energy now.
I wouldn't say most, but a lot, because the energy testing is the training wheels.
Yeah, it is a real training.
So that's what people can do from a first class, is that they'll learn that, and then they'll learn how to track energies in the body using energy testing. And like Donna said, many people seeing energy is really overrated in healing professions. I think that a lot of people, the way it started for me, I don't see it at all, but the way it started for me was to feel it.
Yeah.
You know, as working on someone's chakras in a class demonstrating.
Yes.
And all of a sudden I thought, oh, wow, there's something to this that I've been writing about and talking about for all these years. And actually practicing it. And that happens for a lot of people, is more that they'll start to feel it.
I think that's for me too. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, because I think I can definitely feel it. Yeah, that's great. So is there an exercise that we can do, that you can show people how to do to improve their energy?
Oh God, there's so many exercises. What should I do? I know. Let me show an energy that would be very helpful if you're very stressed out. How to get move the stress out of your body.
Okay, great. Okay. Thank you.
I'll move out of your way.
Okay, maybe I'll show two. Wait, come here, sit down, David.
By the way, I love you guys. You guys are such a fun couple. I want you to come down to my house so we can hang out together. You guys are really, I love it.
Where do you live?
Rancho Santa Fe. But even when David said something a little bit counter to you, just kind of went, you know.
Well, I just want to show something. David, don't fake it. Be real and honest, okay? Hold your arm real strong. He's really strong. And I'm going to ask him. Now, what I'm going to show you will happen to every human being on the planet, okay? Think of a stress that bothers you, or think of something you're going through right now, anything, okay? You got it? That's how quick stress hits the body. It's instant, it's automatic. But if you ever thrown your hand to your forehead, you go, oh God, and then you take it away. But if you kept your hand there, your hand is electromagnetic. So you draw the blood back up into your forebrain so you can think again. Because when you get stressed, the blood goes into your body for the fight or flight response. So then you can't think out of a paper bag. But if you put your hand here, you draw the blood back up and you can think again. So that's the simplest thing I know.
That's awesome. So when you're stressed, just put your
hand there. Yeah. And I think it's instinctual, because we carry it forth from our ancestors from forever ago, when they started figuring that out. But here's a real simple one.
Are we going to test that?
Oh, okay. All right.
Okay, let's see if I can.
He's going to bring up the stress again.
Okay.
I mean, if you hold your hand, and so it trains your body not to freak out by just, if you just do this every day, you will build a habit so that your body will not be so responsive to stressful things. Beautiful.
I love that. What a simple yet powerful technique.
It's so easy. Very cool. Now, this one's a little longer, but it's so good.
Okay,
it's
cool.
So good. Okay. I'll just have us go through it. Okay. Well, I don't know. I'll energy test you. Stand up, David. Okay. His arm is next to his body. Okay. Now, are you really trying?
Yes.
Okay. I'm testing now. You can sit down. I'm testing something called spleen meridian. And why that's important is when you get stressed, even though he was much better, his spleen meridian still wasn't strong on him. And what happens when we get really stressed out, there is a meridian in our body, and the meridians are the energy pathways that travel throughout your body that all the acupuncture points are on. Well, there's a meridian called triple warmer, and its job is to save your life and get you out of danger. So it turns on that fight or flight. It also pulls energy from wherever it needs to in the body. That's why everything seems to, your creative skills go out. Everything goes out because it wants to get rid of the stress. The first place it pulls from is spleen. And spleen Spleen can metabolize and get rid of somebody's negative energy in the area. But if your stress has taken energy from there, well, you can't, everything gets to you suddenly. And so here's what we're going to do. We're going to rub our hands together and shake them off. Now place your hands sideways over your closed eyelids, okay?
Watch carefully.
Okay, now take a deep breath into your nose. And as you let your breath out, drag your fingers to your temples. Now take a deep breath in and drag them above your ears. And as your breath out, take them around the ears, down the neck, and land on your heart chakra. Okay, now I'm going to tell you what you did. This is called the regulator flow, so it helps regulate all the energy so that triple warmer, the fight or flight king, can't take that energy. And then you drag it to here. These points are triple warmer neurovascular points. That is kind of like a variation of holding there. And then going around you're tracing triple warmer backwards, that meridian. And then you're traveling not only along triple warmer, but this is your vagus nerve, which brings up your parasympathetic, so suddenly you're calm, and the heart chakra so that everything is safe. You're very safe.
Wow.
And it works.
Yeah.
Okay.
So many things. Yeah.
We're going to check spleen. All right, very good. And when spleen is strong, you'll metabolize your food better. You'll metabolize life better. And you have more happiness, more acquisition to happiness and joy.
I love it. It didn't look like anything could have pried David's arm from his side now. And that was.
Well, I wish I had you here. I would test you, but you got to trust it.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that is awesome. How can people? What are the ways that people can access your wisdom and learning? What are things that they can do? I know if they want to become a healer, they can actually work with you. Is that correct?
Yes. Well, we have a school now, and we have 4 places, 4 in the United States,
3 in the US.
3 in the United States, and 1 in London.
Wow!
And so people can go and train, and we have all sorts of even free things on our website. Mm-hmm. We've got something called the Wednesday Energy Minute. So you can learn in 1 minute an exercise every Wednesday, but we have them all up there so you can just go to them. And it's not just me, my 2 daughters are also doing them, and sometimes David is. And
but there's hundreds of those, but a good place to start. That is a good place to start. We have our own YouTube channel with hundreds of things, but if they go to EdenMethod.com,
EdenMethod.com,
and there are a number of things there, but one of them is a free class that we call the Essentials class, and it's a 1-hour class. It gives you a really good overview, and then it also shows you what the next class would be, a more formal online class, a multi-week program. And that's a really good place for people to start. So, kind of look around and do some of the, shorter free things, the 1 minute things. And then that 1-hour class, the Essentials of Energy Medicine, is a really good start.
That's great. And then they can, if they, I'm sure they're going to love that. If they want to go further with you, then they can.
Yes,
right. We'll let them know.
Yeah.
We'll let them know about it. They can, at that site, they can also sign up for our e-letter and for announcements that will let them know when there are classes coming.
And there will be, you might be able to find a teacher in your area. And so we have all these different teachers on our website that you can find.
Yeah, all over the world, actually, but there's hundreds in the U.S. So just about every major city has someone that is available.
Fantastic. And so what are the benefits of becoming a healer? Obviously, you can heal yourself. But what are some of the benefits? Yeah. No, you don't have to raise your hand. Just you talk. You're the star here.
Well, there are so many answers to that question, and I'm really glad you asked.
Yeah.
One of the things is the best is if you lift stress off of you, and you are not a victim to all of the stuff that goes on in your life, and that you can move it energetically out of your body. Well, underneath your stress levels that many people in this world never reach is a level of energy that I call the radiant circuits. And these circuits are set under stress, so you don't often get to your joy and your sense of awe and wonder about life. And it's just available to you underneath those stress levels. And you will age really well. You will like aging because it's very wonderful to find out that aging is nothing like I thought it was going to be. You know? I really love aging. And to find out that, my gosh, so yes, things will happen to you, but if you know what to do about it, who cares? In fact, it's more empowering. You get more and more empowered. And he's going to ask me that.
She's got the energy of an 18-year-old, so I think that's why she loves aging so much. Think about what aging really is. I mean, for most people, they associate it with loss of energy. And so you guys have amazing energy, and so it is a fun experience to get wiser and
Well, I'm 78 years old.
No way.
Yeah. Wait.
I am so proud of my daughter.
That is crazy. I've never met anyone in their 50s with your energy or 40s. Like, that's crazy.
Oh, my daughters are in their 50s, and they are vital and alive. And I look at them and I think, well, gosh, that's how you're supposed to be in 20 or 30, you know. And so no, you'll like.
Now you just shocked everybody with telling me you're 78 years old. But I mean, there's so many people say, if we do the right things, we're meant to age with great energy and live longer than what most people think is possible. But they're just not tapping into what you're tapping into.
But I think our ancient ancestors must have, because I think we're here today because, I mean, long before they knew how to plant things in the ground and make, food come up, they had to have understood their energy. And maybe they all saw it too, because, I mean, that's the natural thing. That's our natural way, is to know energy.
To know what plants were poisonous and what plants were healthy. You could do it by tasting them and seeing what happened, but it was probably our ancestors who survived had some ability.
They could sense energy,
right?
That survived. That's a good distinction. What's interesting. Go ahead, David.
Back to your earlier question. Can you of what do you get if you go through training to be a practitioner?
Yes.
And one of the things really gratifying for us is how many nurses and growing number of physicians, not a lot, but a growing number of physicians who are really embracing this work and integrating it into their practice. They're no longer doing surgery and giving medication, but they're finding what Christian Northrup wrote the foreword to Donna's second book, The Energy Medicine for Women. And she said that as she envisions the medicine of the future, there will still be a place for drugs and surgery, but energy medicine will be the first line of defense. It'll be the first intervention because it's not invasive, and often you can turn things around that our models in Western medicine don't think can be turned around, like MS. So you begin there, and the idea in the energy medicine is very different from the paradigm of Western medicine in that you are not treating symptoms, you're not treating illness. That's not what you're doing. Your focus is getting the energies into a flow and harmony. And so by getting the energies into a flow and harmony, that might take care of the illness, but that's not your function. That's not where you're focused. You're focused on getting the energies going. That's a really big difference, because then you start from a different place. You start from looking, okay, where is the energy not flowing? That's where the energy just comes in. Donna, why don't you say something about that?
I just want to say, I just heard yesterday morning on the news about the costs of pharmaceutical medicines today. Mm-hmm. And one of them was, I mean, it's just astonishing. Like, there's a medicine that they are now giving to people who have MS is $7,000 a month. Wow. I mean, who can afford that? Yeah. And plus,
and it doesn't cure it either.
Yeah, exactly.
It just suppresses symptoms.
No, and so medicine, yes, medicine suppresses, and we are way over medicated in our culture, and if you have a lot of medicines in you, that's something that actually prevents you from aging well, because your own energies can't flow through as easily. Yeah. And so it's just, I think it's critically important. I think it is there was one time in my life where I used to think of this was sort of an elective subject. You can learn it or not. Yeah. I don't anymore. I think it's a required subject now to take and learn and teach your children, and so that kids, it's more than just a healing modality. Children can learn to free up their brains so their brains can learn better, and kids love it. They take to it, gravitate to it so easily, because they find that they're real smart in school, and I've had many kids tell me they took their teacher's headache away and things like that.
That's awesome. It's funny. My son, who is 25 years old, now he doesn't have all the methodologies and understand it at the level you do, but his whole thing is like, because he was able to heal a pain that he was having, chronic pain. He went to Harvard, was a basketball player, had a concussion one year, sat out, went to get his MBA at another school, playing his final year of basketball. And he got to the point where he couldn't even walk. And they did an MRI, said they had a large herniated disc, and they injected him. Nothing really happened. And I said, a lot of this could be just energy, like stuck energy. And so he listened to a book about it, just listened to the book. That's all he did, just like got it in his psyche. Yeah. Because they wanted to bring him back in. They said it was the largest herniated disc they'd ever seen in a kid his age. His pain went away in 3 days. And then he had some skin issues that he just healed with his mind. And then by changing his energy. And then he had a headache the other day. And I said, he had a cold. He had a cold. And I was saying, hey, maybe take some zinc, do this. He goes, I'm just going to heal it with my mind. And so I love it. I love it. I'm so glad you guys are going big with this, because I think the world needs to come back to what really works. Now, when something's acute, you need a doctor, because if it's life or death, it's hard to really focus your energy and change it. Not that it can't be done, but most things are chronic. And that's where the doctors at best, as you said, David, they're going to mask some symptoms with a drug that costs $7,000 a month. Yes. And you still have the same condition. Yes. So I'm so grateful that you two are out leading the charge. And I know it's not easy when you're the pioneers. I'm sure you get some arrows in your back too, but thank you for this amazing work you've been doing.
Thank you, Tom. I'm glad that you said that chronic conditions, that like with Donna's MS, it wasn't instant. She felt some relief right away, but it was really 6 months of daily work before she really was much better, and 2 years before she was symptom free. But now 43 years later, she's still symptom free. And that's not supposed to happen with MS. So to go back to what people get from training, so some people are already in the healing professions. So that's one group, whether they're chiropractors or nurses or MDs or acupuncturists. We have quite a few acupuncturists. And then another group is there to start a new career. And that's probably the biggest group, is people that are just called to this. They're called for some reason. Maybe often they've been healed by energy medicine and they want to learn how to do it. So wounded healer is part of the path, you know.
Yeah.
And then another portion of them are doing it just for their own healing or to be able to help friends and family. So that's kind of the group that is coming to us now.
Beautiful. Well, my big vision for you two is that the world embraces letting babies continue to see energy, and that, you know, everybody starts to learn how to not only heal themselves, but how to help their fellow human beings heal by becoming healers. I mean, what a wonderful world that would be if we knew how to heal. We really knew how to heal without running. Oh, I got to run to someone else, a doctor, to get a prescription.
Yes.
Working on ourselves and helping each other. I love that.
And to understand that you will only feel better and better and better, and life gets better. I was just thinking of my oldest daughter. She saw energy when she was a little girl, and then when she went to school, she was told that's not true. You know, stop that. But what she's doing now, she sort of returned to it when she got older. And she gives color readings she'll just break down a person's aura all the way around them, what it means and what they're about. And she has just flourished. And she was, I would say, I don't know, she wasn't super empowered. She is so empowered now because she really, it's not that it's because she can do it, although that's a part of it. It's that you get more and more attuned to the miracle of life.
Yeah.
And it's good.
Yeah. Well, I think your energy is the best advertisement that you can have. And the energy that you two share is really beautiful and wonderful. Give us one more time the site or the sites that people can go to find out how to get what both of you have.
Okay.
It's EdenMethod.com. EDEN, like the Garden of EdenMethod.com.
Beautiful. I know everybody will be going there that's watching this. How could you not, after having this beautiful experience with both of you? Thank you so much for being with us today. And if you have any final words you want to share with everybody watching, that would be awesome.
Okay, I'll say something, then you say something. Okay, I'll just say, just think, energy is the life force. It is the life force. And there isn't anybody on this planet who cannot shift their own energies to feel better, to move stress out of their bodies, to bring healing into an area where they've got pain, anything. I mean, we were designed that way. Yeah. So,
and I can't wait to tell the person that set up this call for us how wonderful you are, Tom.
Yeah, Tom, you're
great. No, it's been a true gift for me to be able to spend this time with you. So love you both. Continue doing your wonderful work. You are transforming the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tom. I bet you are too, transforming the world. Thank you. Okay.
Goodbye, everyone.
Before we move on to our next speaker, please let us know in the comments below about what you've enjoyed so far. Have you learned something new? Is there a particular speaker that inspired you? Let us know, and feel free to comment on other posts as well to get the conversation going. I'm so excited to have our next guest on. I've been looking forward to this interview for several days, Alex. Our next guest is Dr. Alexander Loyd, and I was actually introduced to him by a mutual friend, someone we both know and love, and she told me, check out his work because it's really, really powerful. And so I did. I bought the book, The Healing Code. I'd like to show it, but I buy my books on Kindle now, so it's on my Kindle. I don't have anything to hold out. but I devoured that book and absolutely loved it and began using the healing code process. And I've done so many things over the past 30 years. I know lots of different methodologies. This was really unique. And I love the explanations that all of you are going to be able to hear from Dr. Alex as we get going just a minute about the impact of stress on the immune system, why we get sick, memories and the impact they have on us, old memories that consciously we may have even forgotten, but they're still sometimes dragging us down a little bit. The healing code works with really not eliminating, because you can maybe still remember them, but the impact they have can go away. And you've got the power to heal yourself by using these healing codes. So I am just so thrilled. Dr. Alex is a luminary in the energy healing world. He's been on ABC, NBC, CBS, Fox, PBS. I don't know if there's any other networks out there, but if there are, you'll probably be on them at some time. Oprah.com, USA Today, Time, People Magazine. So many people have used the healing codes to heal themselves, not to have to go to somebody else, but to heal themselves. And so I am just so happy and fortunate that we got Dr. Alexander Loyd to be on our Global Energy Healing Summit. Dr. Alex, thank you so much for being with us today.
Tom, I've been looking forward to this for a long time, and the best part was meeting you and us becoming friends. So that was way good for me, and I've been excited about sharing with you today. So thank you for having me.
You bet. And when our first meeting, which was on Zoom because we can't travel, but one of the things that stood out, and you just even saw it in the way that he honored me with what you just said, is this is a guy filled with a tremendous amount of love. And so that's one of the reasons I know why you do this work. Tell us how you got started or how you discovered, because you're a psychologist, you're in practice, you're also a naturopath doctor. So you've got a two doctor degrees, but how did you come up with the healing codes? How did that even happen? How did you discover those?
Yeah, it's interesting you bring that up, Tom. I'm not sure. I've done quite a few interviews, and I'm not sure if any other interviewer has ever really asked me that. But I believe that discovering what true love really is what I needed the most in my life and didn't know it. And then an event happened that I thought at the time, this is the worst thing that's ever happened to me. My life as I know it is over and I'll never recover, okay? But it was that event that took me to the place that I so desperately needed, and I didn't even know it. And excuse me, let me get a drink.
Yeah.
And it was about my wife. Like most people, we met, fell in love. I thought, man, I've got to get her to say I do as fast as possible because she'll change her mind, because she was way, way out of my league then and now. But we got married thinking, we'll have a house, 3 kids, a golden retriever, a picket fence, all that stuff. And we also, Tom, thought that we were more prepared for marriage than anybody we knew. We did marriage counseling voluntarily that we had to pay for.
Yeah.
On our dates, we would each read the same book. Not on our date, but while we were away from each other. We would underline things and mark things. And then our date, we would talk about the things from the book that impacted us and how. So anyway, by the time we got married, we thought, we have done this better than anyone's ever done it. And we're going to be so happy. And less than a year and a half, we were both absolutely miserable.
Huh.
And the precipitating event finally was on a Sunday night. we'd been married about a year and a half. My wife, Hope, said, Alex, I need to talk to you. And now she had said that 1,000 times, but I immediately knew that something's different. I said, okay, sure. And she couldn't look me in the eye. She was all fidgety. She couldn't stand still. And then her chin started quivering. You know, when you're fighting tears.
Yeah.
And when her chin started quivering, that was like, okay, what is happening here? And she said, Alex, this is a direct quote, I cannot stand to live with you another day. Whoa. I need you to leave the house now.
Wow.
And I mean, Tom, I grew up in a family, we weren't Italian, but you would have thought we were Italian, the way we argued and yelled and then hugged each other after it was over and all that sort of thing. And I couldn't think of anything to say except, okay. And so I packed my bag and left.
But you must have been heartbroken.
Oh, that I stayed up all night long in my parents' backyard, cursing, crying, everything in between. And I was hoping, you know, some lightning bolt would happen, you know, some miracle, some, you know, and it really didn't. But what did happen right at the end of that evening, after Hope kicked me out and I was outside in my parents' backyard all night, is I heard a voice in my head, and I knew it was in my head, Tom. I'm not talking, you know, some mystical voice that, you know, you could have heard or other people could have heard. I knew it was in my head. And the voice said, Alex, not only do you not love Hope, you don't even know what love is.
Wow.
And Tom, I've got to be honest, man, it pissed me off. I mean, at that time, I was employed working with teenagers and their families to keep them, you know, together and the teenagers on the right track, away from drugs and all that kind of stuff, and the parents and kids getting closer. And I mean, I was the love guy.
Yeah, you knew love.
I was the love guy. And now some voice is saying, I don't even know what love is. I mean, it really, and the first thing I thought was, I have told her every day I love her.
Right.
I mean,
that's enough.
I mean, sometimes 5 times a day or 6.
Yeah.
I mean, how can it be? But as the days and weeks went on, I could not get that voice out of my head. I couldn't forget it. And so really, just to sort of see if it would make it go away, I started researching love and talking to people much older and wiser than me, reading ancient manuscripts, reading the latest science and research and all that sort of thing. And to make a long story short, about 6 weeks after Hope kicked me out of the house, I came to believe that voice had been right. And maybe this was the reason for all of this. Because now what I believe is that love, real love, is all in, nothing held back, no plan B, no safety net, forever, no matter what.
Wow.
And that had not at all been my view of love. My view of love is that Hope and I loved each other, and so we're getting married, and there's certain things that she's expected to do and to not do. There's certain things I'm expected to do and to not do. And so as long as we both do what we're supposed to do, then yeah, everything will be great, and we'll have the 3 kids and the golden retriever and all that. But if you've been married, if you're watching this and you've been married, you know it usually doesn't happen that way. Okay. And somebody at some point does something that the other one says, that's not on my list. And that's not okay. I studied under a world-renowned psychologist, and he would put it this way. He would say, when two people get married or commit their life to each other as a significant other or whatever, they each push an invisible grocery cart down the aisle, but nobody can see it. It's invisible. But and both of them push that down. And in about 6 weeks, in about 6 months after getting married or making a commitment, it starts to become visible and it starts leaking out and it starts stinking. and that's when most people say, oh, I didn't sign up for this.
Yeah.
And they either divorce, that's 50%, or 40% more decide we're going to stay together even though we're not happy, and less than 10% actually end up happy long term. So anyway, Hope and I had a recommitment ceremony for our marriage. Well, let me back up just a second.
Yeah.
So the time came, the voice said, you don't know what love is. Finally,
Right.
After 6 weeks, I agreed. And so at the end of that, I got down on my knees. I made it as much as I could, like a little ceremony or something.
Yeah.
And I talked to God, or talked to love, or talked to, and I said, okay, I will never be able to do it right, but as best as I can, I will really love Hope for the rest of my life, no matter what.
Wow.
And
Powerful.
and Tom, when I did that, I felt a heaviness leave me.
Yes.
And you got to remember, I was committing to do that at a time when Hope wanted to divorce me. In fact, we were separated, and Hope was telling her friends, I'm happier than I've ever been in my life because I'm away from him. So anyway,
This
I
is
get
really
on.
powerful though, because you I've heard you talk about unconditional love so many times. Like what you just said is so powerful. She's going, telling people I'm happier than I've ever been, and you're committing to her to love her, not all conditions that I love her if she does this. I love her if she lets me back in the house at 4 p.m. today. You just said, I'm just going to love her no matter what. That is so rare, I think, on this planet, Alex, what you're talking about.
Well, I'd never done it before, except for maybe my mom and dad, things like that. But anyway, so she wants to divorce me, and I'll make this quick. Finally, she agrees to go on a date with me with lots of conditions. You do not come in the house. You don't touch me. It's in public, 1 hour only. You don't ask to meet again. And she told me later, the only reason she had that meeting was for closure. Okay. So she could tell her friends, okay, I gave him one last chance. Now I'm out of here and whatever. So I knocked on the door. And this is after this transformation in me to real love. So I knock on the door. She opens the door, and Tom, she did a double take. She opened the door, looked at me, looked away, and then looked back in my eyes. I mean, it was weird. I mean, if somebody had been watching it, they would have thought, that was kind of weird. What was she doing?
Yeah.
She would tell me later that the first time she looked in my eyes, she knew that I was not the same man, even though she wouldn't tell me then because she was afraid it wasn't real.
Yeah.
So anyway, at that point, once she saw that, she literally could not resist me. And everyone can see it's not because of my great looks, okay? And we had a recommitment ceremony. We've been married 35 years in
Wow.
like a week ago. But the point was, real love is so rare and it is so powerful that it is almost impossible to resist.
That's amazing.
And with my clients over the years, after I, discovered that and some tools to, heal the junk inside you and start living in real love, not what I call business deal or fake love. The same things have happened with them, and their spouse or significant other wants to hate them and did hate them. But when they start living this way, they can't. It's overpowering. And then it kind of infects the other person with real love. And now you really got something going, because then it affects the children. And now you got people all around saying, I don't know what she's got, but I need some of it. And it's not an act. It's completely real.
I love what you're saying. And what an amazing start to this interview, because love is energy. It's the most powerful energy anywhere. And you did change. You were not the same person when you showed up, whether it was her looking in your eyes or her just feeling the vibration coming off you. It was a different Alex showing up. And congratulations, 35 years of marriage.
It was, and I'd been all about me until then. I was the youngest of 3 children, spoiled out of my mind, and I was all about me, and I was all about money. And after we got back together and recommitted and had this new view of the purpose, really the purpose of life, it changed everything. It absolutely changed everything for her and me. And we decided, hey, we don't care if we ever make a lot of money anymore. We want to help people who are hurting, period, like we were, and searched for 12 years and couldn't find anything that really helped. We want to find and help as many of those folks as we can. And so that's what we've been doing ever since.
You certainly have done that. Amazing. Best-selling books and all the different things you're doing. You've helped so many people. A tough experience back then. Probably you said it was like getting, not hit by a brick on the side of the head, nothing you expected. But what came out of it was something really beautiful. So thank you so much for bringing that to fruition. And I know you see that in so many of the people that come to you. They're in a struggle. They think it's the end of the world. What I've come to find in my life and the people I work with, it usually is a gift if they use it correctly. If they can identify it as a gift, there's something in there that is going to come out of it. Most people, though, see themselves as victims, right? They've got these old memories that are running, these old patterns. Can you talk a little bit about memories and patterns, even from childhood, how so many people are still running lots of patterns that weren't even theirs in the first place? They came from their parents, and how that impacts people through most of their life. And then later on, we'll talk about how to heal some of those memories, because that's really a big part of your work. Right.
The latest studies that I've seen, and they're very recent, all in the last 5 years, some of a couple of the best ones were in Scientific American, which is a very highly regarded journal. And what they are finding now, and very few people know this, but what they are finding now is that roughly 50% of what you think is true about your life from your memories is not true.
I believe that. Yeah.
I mean, it's unbelievable. It's incredible. I tell people that, and they don't even know how to respond. They just look at me kind of with their mouth open. Well, what does that mean? It means that the activities that you're doing every day may be based on faulty information. And if you had the truth, you would be doing something different or doing it in a different way or something like that. One of the biggest issues Well, let me start here. For about 100 years, Western medicine has said when it diagnoses you with an illness or disease. So picture that, Tom. You're feeling bad. You go into the hospital. They run tests. About a week later, they call you back in when the tests come back in. And the doctor, you're in the doctor's office and you're on pins and needles, man. And he looks at his shoes. Okay. First of all, when he looks at his shoes, you know it's bad news.
Right.
All right. He looks at his shoes and he says, Tom, I'm sorry to tell you, you have blank.
Yeah.
Right? Cancer, diabetes, ALS, whatever. And then when you recover from that, you're very likely to ask this question. How did I get this?
Yeah.
I mean, I've got a brother. He's fine. I've got a twin. He's fine. I grew up with 6 other people. They ate what I ate. They had the same parents. They're all healthy as a horse. How come this is happening to me? And by far the number one answer for the last 100 years in Western medicine is 3 words. We don't know. So Southwestern University Medical School and Medical Center in Dallas, Texas, is doing a research study to try to find that. If somebody gets cancer, where did it come from? If somebody gets Parkinson's, how come they got it and another person didn't? Where does illness and disease come from? And after several years, they finished the study and it's like, yes, we found it. Finally, after 100 years of Western medicine, we found it. And so Dr. Eric Nestler, who's a medical doctor from Harvard, who was head of the department at Southwestern, had an interview. Sorry about my dog. He'll be quiet in a minute. But anyway, Dr. Eric Nestler is in an interview with the Dallas Morning News talking about the results of the study. And he says, for most treatments of illness and disease in Western medicine, our treatments are little more than Band-Aids, addressing an illness or disease's symptoms, but not its source. Yeah. And then he goes on, once we figure out how to fix what we found here, it will change healthcare everywhere, all over the world, for every person. And he says, what we found is that all illness and disease comes from a thing that we are calling cellular memories.
Okay.
Well, if you're listening to this, just delete the word cellular. It's your memories. Yeah. If you've got a memory with anger in it, if you've got a memory with low self-worth in it, if you've got a memory with Tom can do it, but I can't. If you've got a memory with people aren't going to like me when I get, whatever it is, that memory, and this is a big misconception. We used to think that unless you're consciously thinking about that memory, it just sort of sits in the corner and behaves itself. Today, we know nothing could be further from the truth. Whether you're thinking about that memory or not, it is sending a fear-based signal to the hypothalamus in your brain. When that signal is received by the hypothalamus, it flips on the stress switch. And it's not flipping the stress switch based on your physical circumstances.
Right.
And it's based on your internal circumstances. And that's the misconception, Tom. The huge misconception is almost everyone who's come to us over the last 20 years, and that's clients in 50 states, 174 countries. Okay. Yeah. I've trained over 1,000 practitioners to work with all those people. Okay. But I guarantee you 99.9% of them, when they come to us, they believe their problem is number one, pain, either physical or emotional or relational, and their current circumstances. Those 2 things. Well, guess what, everybody? The latest, greatest research says it's not either one of those. It's coming from a totally different place. And if you don't fix the place it's coming from, then you're just going to be symptom managing or coping the rest of your life. So to me, that is one of the huge things that has been uncovered in the last decade or so, is that what you think is true about yourself and your life very well may not be, and it's almost guaranteed your problem is not what you think it is.
Yeah, that is amazing. Thank you for sharing that with us. That is so powerful. So most people have just learned something they didn't know before. Memories, old memories are what cause most illnesses.
That's
what
right.
causes the stress is old memories, not even ones that you're consciously aware of. That is so cool. And the beautiful thing is that's what you help people work with, is old memories, where you take the charge out of old memories. Now, as you mentioned, everybody's caught up with the above the surface symptom, trying to fix the symptom. Did this work? I did this as a symptom. Did it go away? Taking these memories and working with them sometimes takes a little bit of time. What I do love about your methodology, though, is you can feel results pretty doggone quickly, which is really, really cool. So what do we do with these memories? Do we just have to erase them all, or what's the strategy of working with memories so that we can live happier, healthier, more loving lives, Alex?
Yeah, it's a great question. And let's start here. The problem in any memory that is causing a problem is a lie or untruth.
Okay.
That's not 99%, that's 100. The problem in any memory that's causing a problem is a lie or an untruth. Now, remember, what Southwestern found is that any illness and disease you can have is coming from a memory.
Yeah.
So take the next step. It's coming from a lie and an untruth, and it's coming from one of two places. Well, no, probably three. Number one is inherited. And we inherit memories from our ancestry. And Tom, I was teaching this 25 years ago, and my colleagues, some of them, were having a little bit of good sport with me on that, because they said, there is no evidence to back this up whatsoever, that memories, and especially trauma memories, are passed down from generation to generation. Well, then brand new research comes out for the first time, double-blind university studies saying that it absolutely does. It's passed down in the sperm.
Yeah.
And then other universities do the same research independently, confirm it. And then just about, a year and a half ago, brand new research came out, reported at the University of Tel Aviv, where it's also passed down in the RNA to future generations. I mean, we're talking, it could be 4 or 5 generations. And the title of the article, that was so cool, because the title of the article said, you can literally send messages to future generations.
Yes. And Alex, I'm going to stop you here for 1 second really quick, because listen to what he's saying, everybody. Like, part of it can be, oh yeah, I inherited this from my ancestors, which I absolutely 100% believe is true. I remember reading a book called It Didn't Start With You. Like, some of the things we're acting on, we inherited. We're running our grandparents' patterns that made them sick, and now it's making us sick. But I also want everyone watching this to think about something else too, and why it's so important to listen to what Dr. Alex is saying. We've passed those same memories on, if you have children, to your children. Now, the great thing is, when we work with those memories and negate them in ourselves, a lot of times energetically, not only do we stop it from being passed on by procreation, but just even energetically, just like when Alex changed what was inside him, his wife noticed a different version, an upgraded version, and she was healed as well as him being healed. And so we're responsible for our kids. I've got 2 kids that I passed memories on to. I want to. That's why your work was so cool too. Is like, not only am I healing myself, but I can heal my future generations too.
That's
so
right.
I just wanted to stop and say that really quick. So I know we're only on the first one, but so powerful.
Yeah, it's a great point. I mean, what do you want for your grandkids? Do you want them to deal with your junk? or do you want them to have it to be free from it? And yeah. So that's the first one. The second one is in utero and the first 6 or 8 years of life. We have 5 brain states: delta, theta, alpha, beta, gamma. Okay, that's it. 5 brain states. The first, in utero to about 6 or 8 years of life, is the only time in our entire life that we live in delta theta brainwave state. Okay, why is that important? Because if you're in delta theta brainwave state, you do not have the ability to logic. Mm-hmm. So if a dad in the backyard playing football with his son, who's 5 years old, and the son kicks the ball and it goes the wrong way or something, and the dad, picture this. The dad laughs, comes and picks his son up in his arms and hugs him and swings him around. Everything is positive, right?
Yeah.
But then the dad says in a joking way, "Son, you're never going to be a good football player kicking it like that."
Yeah.
And they both laugh. Okay. Yeah. But wait a minute. His son is 5 years old. He's in delta theta brainwave state. So what's the result of that situation? The result is now Junior has a hard drive programming truth that he is never going to be good at football.
Yeah.
Now, does that make it impossible for him to be good? No, but it just made it harder because every time football comes up or he's out there throwing or kicking, his brain is going to pull up that memory. It's going to send a signal down his arm if he's throwing, and it's going to cause him to tighten just a little bit.
Yeah.
Enough to throw that, to mess that throw up. If he's kicking, that signal is going to go down his leg to his foot, and it's going to override his conscious intention, and he's going to kick it just a little differently than he would have before Dad ever said that. And I call those popsicle memories. I had a lady in New York who had 180 IQ and kept sabotaging her career, and it was coming from a memory when she was 5 years old, when her mom gave her sister a popsicle at lunch, but wouldn't give her a popsicle. And she said, "Honey, your sister's already had a good lunch. When you have a good lunch, you can have a popsicle too." Well, what did the mom do wrong? Nothing. The whole deal is that she was in delta theta brainwave state. Well, that memory, in my client's own words, direct quote, and she was about 38 at this time, she said, "That is the memory that ruined my life." Well, Tom, the mom didn't do anything wrong.
Right.
And I promise you this too. Any psychologist, psychiatrist, social worker, counselor, life coach who looked at that memory at age 5 would say, "Well, that's sure not the problem."
Yeah, exactly.
But it was.
Yeah.
It not only was the problem, it's what ruined her life, because in every situation, here's what got programmed in. Okay, so this will help.
Yeah.
If my mom gives my sister a popsicle but won't give me one, it must mean my mom loves my sister more than me. That's the big one. Yeah. If my mom loves my sister more than me, there must be something wrong with me. I must be defective. And the third one is something's wrong with me. Then when I get out here in the world, I'm going to fail because I'm defective. And if anyone ever says they love me, they'll be lying. Because if anyone ever should have loved me, it should have been Mom, and she didn't.
Sure.
So that programming played over and over and over in every situation of her life for more than 30 years. We healed that memory, and in 24 hours, she was completely 180. Got the huge promotion, became the mover and shaker all over the world in financial markets, etc. And then the third one, sorry I'm taking so long.
Well, that's okay.
Is trauma memories.
Yeah.
Your house burns down, or you know, but the problem with trauma memories is that if you've got a whole bunch of number 1 and number 2s, meaning inherited memories and popsicle memories, then what happens is filtered through that. So your interpretation of what's happening right now in your life can be unbelievably skewed to the negative if it's being filtered through memories passed down that have lies and errors and negativity in them, and popsicle memories that have lies and errors and negativity in them. Then you're going to tend to make a negative interpretation of what the situation is that's happening right now in your life. So you have to fix all 3 of those, and talking will not fix them. Typically.
So the typical type of psychoanalyst and just talking about it doesn't fix it. You've got to go down into the root cause and what I love that you do, you go down into the energy of the memory. You work on the not getting into the details of talking through how it happened, how you felt.
Right.
I mean, that is nice. But the energy of the memory is really what's causing all these symptoms in you and potentially causing even disease.
That's right.
Yeah, go ahead.
Your brain, nervous system, mind, heart, however you want to think about that. It basically says there's 2 things. There's 2 different forces. Okay, something that's love-based or something that's fear-based. Mm-hmm. When it picks up love-based, it flips the success switch in the brain and releases oxytocin, endorphins, peptides. You automatically start having positive thoughts, positive emotions, etc. If it picks up something fear-based, it activates fight or flight, suppresses your immune system, and here we go with the vicious cycle.
Yeah. You've got a couple, you actually have so many different things that you teach. I've seen lots of your videos, and you've got a membership that's really amazing. The 2 things that I want you to kind of maybe talk about, not go in detail how to use them, but talk about how they impact memories would be the healing codes, and then also Trilogy, which has the healing code embedded in it. But what are these mechanisms doing with the energy of a memory? How are they helping people to heal? And also, before you even talk about that, I want, people now are probably thinking, oh my God, I've got millions of memories. I'm screwed. There's no hope. No, there is hope. That's why we've got Dr. Alex here. You don't have to negate, the negative charge of every little memory in your life to live in love and health and happiness. You just have to get started. You have to get started on whatever's popping up. Like what popped up for Alex when Hope kicked him out of the house was what he needed to work on right then. But you've probably worked on many, many more things since then. I know I have. I'm going to work on something today, but tomorrow something new is going to pop up. So life brings you the things to work on. The challenge is most people just don't have the tools to work on them. And that's why I'm just so excited to let you know about what Alex is doing, because the healing code and then Trilogy, they do work on these memories. And I've used them. They work. They really do. They're very, very powerful. But what are they doing? When someone does the healing code or someone uses Trilogy, what's happening with them and their memories, Alex?
Yeah. It's really kind of fascinating. If you've ever taken like a glass of water, just tap water, maybe you did this when you were a kid, and you got all the food coloring things over here that were your mom's that she used for cooking, and you put 1 drop of blue in it, and it's so beautiful, as it spreads and everything. But then you put a drop of red in it, and now it's not blue anymore, it's purple. Well, that's energy, and that's energy changing energy. And 8th grade physics, and I can't really draw it here, but 8th grade physics is that everything that exists has a wavelength, a color, and a frequency. I mean, rocks, my shirt, the carpet, everything. A specific wavelength, color, and frequency. And that's represented as a wave. Mm-hmm. Okay. And I'm sure most of you've seen that in science class or physics class or whatever. Well, let's say you've got a wave that represents anger inside you. And all of us do. And it's resonating from particular memories that when we remember that memory, there was anger involved in that situation. All right. Well, how do you change a frequency that is a negative frequency that's causing a problem like anger? Well, back to 7th grade physics. You hit it with a different wave. Okay. And when those waves collide, it creates a new wave that's no longer negative. Well, what does that mean it's no longer negative? It means now when you remember that memory, you don't feel the anger anymore. Yeah. Okay? It's been neutralized.
Well, what you said though, now when you remember it, and this is something that I learned from you. It doesn't mean like it's amnesia, you never you remember it, but it's a different wavelength, a different energy, which is so powerful.
Yeah, it is. And what you have to understand is the memories are made of energy. They've cut out every part of the brain trying to see, okay, exactly where are these memories? And even cutting out every part of the brain, the memories were still there. And that's when they started calling them cellular memories and realized that they're in cells all over the body. And one of the big areas that helped them figure that out was organ transplants. People would have a heart transplant, and all of a sudden they've got a craving every day for Kentucky Fried Chicken. And they were a vegan before, you know, and every day they want to sing and they've never sang. And I mean, there's hundreds of these documented cases, but what it led us to is that the memories aren't just in the brain. I mean, they didn't have a brain transplant. They had a heart transplant. And that's not just happened with heart transplants, but other organs as well. So the memories themselves are made of energy. And so the way you change energy is with other energy. And so the healing codes, which were kind of my first primary intervention in order to eliminate stress, negative emotions, negative thoughts, things like that. The healing codes was first, and it puts energy that's coming out of the body all the time back into the body in 4 very specific, what I call healing centers. Yeah. And when the energy goes back into those centers, the mind and body use it for healing. Yes. And that's really it. It's that simple. It's just that as far as I can tell, no one had discovered those exact 4 centers before or how to get the energy back into them. Yeah. It
takes a few minutes to do this process. It's not like 30 minutes, or an hour and 6 minutes. You can take a memory that's been causing you stress and potentially even disease or could cause disease and really negate that energy. And it's amazing. I know you validated like the success rates. They're extremely high, right? What are they?
Yeah. You know, when we started, I was going to do double-blind studies because that was my scientific background. So I inquired here in Nashville at Vanderbilt Hospital and a couple of others. And it was funny, Tom, because they said, oh, yeah, that sounds like something we'd be interested in. The cost will be about $1 to $3 million, and it'll take about 3 years. Yeah. And okay, thanks a lot. I appreciate it. But fortunately, since then, there have been 5 independent university, double-blind, randomized, controlled studies on the healing codes that were printed in peer-reviewed journals, which is another one of the things you want. And what they found is that the healing codes don't just work, they work dramatically for 11 different issues they've tested so far: psychological stress, substance abuse, skin cancer, single parent stressors, anxiety, depression, pain, migraines, hypertension, body image, mother-daughter relationships, and lifestyle improvements. So
that's just what they've tested. I'm sure it works on so much more, but that's validated. That's amazing. That is so cool.
Yeah, and then the medical test indicated that about 87% of the time, in 6 minutes, the stress, emotional anxiety, all of that will come down at least 50% in 6 minutes. And then Trilogy is my latest one, and the testing on Trilogy is 98% in 5 minutes. So some people like one better than the other. They both work, but I would try them both, see if one of them feels better to you.
And how do they find your work, Alex? Where can they go?
My main website is dralexanderloyd.com. Loyd is with one L, though, not two. All the 2L Loyds are crooks, so don't go there. Just kidding.
And unconditional love now.
Yeah, that's right.
So, but DR, and then Alexander Loyd with one L.com. Okay, perfect.
Yeah, and you'll find all kinds of stuff there: freebies and videos, testimonials. That the research studies are all there. Everything you would ever want to know.
Yeah, I would highly recommend that everybody check this out, not just for you, but for all those people you love. And remember what we talked about: memories. What Alex is saying, memories are the source of so much discontent and unhappiness and stress and illness. And he's got a methodology where you can really negate the stress impact. You can change the energy of those memories, not just in you. That's obviously the first great benefit, but you show up differently, and even your lineage will now, as those memories are negated, feel differently, not have to deal with those in the same way. So I absolutely love what you've talked to us about. And I love the way you started out too. Talk to us about unconditional love for just a minute, because how can someone, and I know I think I know what you're going to say, but I want you to say it. So love, unconditionally loving like the rest of my life. And then most people remember that for like a minute, and then they get hung up on something else. You've got a great little strategy about time increments. And I think you know what I'm saying, but how can we focus on being unconditionally loving? What's your strategy on that?
Yeah, first of all, and this is really important, you may not be in a place right now where you can do unconditional love. Okay. If you have too much negativity, too much anger, too much stress, you got to dump some of that first. Okay.
Use the healing codes or
right. So typically, if someone comes to us that way, it may take them 2, 3, 4 weeks to bring their negativity down, so that they can start to choose what I call real love. All right. But if you're too negative, it's almost like your unconscious mind won't let you go there. And so if you ever feel like, hey, I want to live that way, I want to treat other people that way, but I just can't seem to do it, it's because you got too much junk that needs to be taken out in the trash. All right. And we've figured out how to do that. But even then, even when you get to that point, I used to tell my clients, so just live in unconditional love. And they would look at me sort of like, okay, you think I haven't tried that or something? I mean, but then we changed it. And I think it's been much better. The next 30 minutes. Yeah. Just focus on the next 30 minutes? Can I do it for 30 minutes? And I'll confess, everybody, sometimes I have to say 1 minute.
No, next
Okay?
1 minute. Yeah.
No joke. But once you get a lot of the stuff cleaned out in your unconscious, subconscious, generationally, those popsicle memories, the memories that have errors in them, saying because this happened, you're not a good person anymore, or you can't succeed anymore. Once that's taken care of, and you can do it probably in about 2, 3, 4 weeks, then you can choose to live there. And I'll just promise you this: if you've not ever lived there, you will absolutely be blown away beyond anything you can imagine. And you will think, I am never going back. I mean, I would not give this up for anything, because the love that you're sharing, like the love I was sharing for Hope, is also love I felt inside me.
Right.
Okay. So it's not just that you'll automatically, without even trying, be treating people differently, be working differently, be thinking differently. It's that you're experiencing real love, joy, peace internally, by and large, irregardless of your circumstances. And let me tell you, very few people that I've ever seen ever get there. They may say they're there, but typically behind the scenes, they're really not. But you can get there. And that's what we do.
And that in itself is so healing. When you feel that love, you're healing energy in so many of these memories inside of you. And I think the important thing is for people to understand, you're not talking about like, I love you, saying I love you. It's unconditional love. And it might not always be the fairy tale. Like yours was the fairy tale, the story. It was like the Jerry Maguire, he walks in and you complete me. And Alex knocked on the door and she's like, oh my God, that might not be everybody's experience.
Right,
so it's not about like, okay, I'm showing up with unconditional love. She better, or he better, or they better just respond to me. They may respond to you in a way that is helping you stay in unconditional love without you getting any external feedback.
Yeah, that's right. But also, Tom, if you show up that way, I mean, hey, I'm showing up with unconditional love, so everybody else better treat me accordingly. You know what? You're not showing up with
not unconditional love.
No, that's not it.
Yeah. That's a great call out there too. Hey, final thought? What's the last thing you kind of want people thinking about? And actually, before you give the final thought, just repeat what you said, you defined at the very beginning, and I thought it was so powerful, and I didn't get a chance to write it down. I'll rewatch this. But what is unconditional love? And you were talking about in your relationship with Hope, it started with, all in, all the time, but just repeat that again. What is that?
Well, I came to the conclusion, and still believe today,
that
real love is all in, nothing held back, no plan B, no safety net, forever, no matter what.
So almost totally being vulnerable to I'm all in. Whatever happens is going to happen, but I'm here.
It is, but that doesn't always mean you're going to stay with that person, because that might not be what's best.
Sure.
All right.
But you're always going to love them.
Yeah. But you're always going to love them.
Yeah.
Now that doesn't mean you're going to be intimate physically with them, especially if they're married to somebody else, like I thought Hope was going to be when I committed to do that.
Right.
No, but I would keep loving her.
Yes.
No matter what, no matter where she is. And the real secret to that, Tom, is if I don't do that, it'll eat me up inside.
Yeah.
If I continue to love her, it will heal me inside and will have a positive effect on her too.
Yeah, because if you're not loving her, you've created a stressful memory that you're
That's
holding
right.
inside. Wow. So even people who have ended relationships and gone through divorces, if they adopt this philosophy now, they get to heal that wound inside. And such
Right.
a beautiful thought. I love that.
You got to clean up the junk and start loving again, even if
Yeah.
you with your family, they're with theirs, but you're going to love them anyway.
I wish the whole world could see this. I know we're going to have lots of people see this interview, but I wish the whole world could see it. So just final thoughts. Give them one thing to think about, or one or two things to think about, just to take away from our conversation here.
Yeah, and this is kind of what I've gleaned from 35 years of doing this, as far as the average person that comes in to see me who's hurting and in pain. Number one, it is not your fault.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't care who you are, what you've done. I don't care if you're a serial killer. It's not your fault. And it would take us some time, but I could explain that.
Yeah.
Okay. It's not your fault. Number two, you can still get to where you want to get your best possible life from wherever you are now.
Wow.
And I've seen it thousands of times. People, no way. No way I'll ever get. And 6 months later, they're thanking us. So that's number two. Number three, the solution is not trying harder. It's not.
Yeah.
It's not. It's fixing the problem. If you had water leaking all over the floor, do you grab towels and start cleaning up the water, or do you go fix the leak?
Yeah.
You go fix the leak.
Yeah.
This is fixing the leak.
Because you can't try harder than that memory. That memory is 24/7, right? So,
Yeah, that's right. Absolutely.
Memories that need to be healed. When the memories heal, you heal. Physical problems can even heal.
It's almost exactly like a computer virus on your computer.
Yeah, I love it. Hey, thank you so much. I love you. You are just so much a source of love for so many people. And we really appreciate you being part of our Global Energy Healing Summit. Alex, love to you and your family. Blessings. You are a gift to the world. So thank you so much for being here.
Well, Tom, you are such a huge guy and so successful. I was so honored to be asked. So thank you for having me. And I love you too, man. I can't wait till we can get together in person, hopefully before too long.
That's going to be a lot of fun. Okay. Thanks so much, Alex. Have a great day, everybody.
You too. Thanks, everyone.
Are you afraid you might miss any of these incredible interviews? There's a lot of great information being shared, so I understand if you do. But don't worry, you can pick up your VIP All Access Pass at a special discount right now. So you can have a lifetime of on-demand access to the entire summit and all of its bonuses. So go ahead and grab your VIP access now by clicking on the button below, so you can watch, listen, and even read the transcripts at your own leisure. Our next guest, I can honestly say, changed my life. And this was back in 2015. I was traveling all over the world and I got a virus. And normally when I get a virus, because you get them occasionally throughout your life, you recover in about a couple days or maybe a week. And so I got this virus and it was a little sinus infection. And I figured, I'll get better, and had the positive attitude, was eating right, cleansing, doing all that stuff. I didn't get better. And so a week later, I'm thinking, what's going on? So I went to see my doctor, and my doctor usually doesn't prescribe lots of medications. He's a kind of a holistic doctor, but he was concerned because I had another trip. So he gave me an antibiotic, and he didn't know it was a virus. I didn't know it was a virus. He thought it might be a bacterial infection. And so I took the antibiotic, didn't get better. So now I'm a little more concerned. And I come back from this trip where I spoke, and he says, well, we better do a second course. So he gives me another antibiotic. which for a virus is not a good thing to do because actually it weakens your immune system and it doesn't really help with a virus. So now I'm not feeling good and I don't know what the heck is going on. I'm like a month into this and I'm achy, my glands are swollen. I'm really wondering, am I going to die? Do I have some incurable illness? And so what I did was what a lot of probably many of you listening have done when you run into this situation. I started looking for other doctors, taking blood tests, doing all these things. And it helped a little bit, but I really wasn't getting better. And so I didn't know what to do. And then I got this chronic fatigue where I would sleep literally 9-10 hours and wake up super tired. My business, fortunately, the people that work with me were able to do a lot of the engagements, but I stopped traveling and my life was really scary. And I felt like I had exhausted all the different means to getting better. But fortunately, my mind kicked in and I reminded myself, hey, look for people who have overcome this. And so I got on the internet and not looking at symptoms and all that kind of stuff, but I looked for who's somebody that had what I had that's gotten better. And it led me to our next guest, who is Ashok Gupta. And I was so grateful to you, Ashok, because your work really turned me around and made me realize that I could heal from this chronic fatigue that lots of people say you just have forever. You just have to learn to live with it. And you were that shining light for me. So I really appreciate it. And part of what made you more legitimate in my eyes was you weren't just talking theory. You went through this. When you were a student at Cambridge, you got chronic fatigue. And we'll talk about your journey in just a minute. And just, I mean, it blows my mind that you even figured out your Gupta method that helped me and has helped so many thousands of other people all over the planet. You've been a big time speaker. You're putting up all sorts of great content, and the Gupta method is just incredible. So I'm so happy to have you with us. Welcome to the Global Energy Healing Summit.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you for that wonderful introduction. And it's great to be here with you. Thank you for inviting me.
Yeah. So tell us about your journey. You're a young man, you're in university. You come down with this fatigue symptoms and you figured it out though. How did you do that? How were you able, tell us about your journey and how were you able to figure it out?
Of course. Yes. So as you mentioned, I was studying at university. I was an undergrad. I had my entire life in front of me. And I went on holiday to India and picked up some kind of stomach bug. Delhi belly, as they call it here in the UK. I don't know if they call it there in the US. And I came back and I had some kind of stomach infection and went back to university, thought I'll recover, just like your own story. Yeah. But it just got worse and worse and worse until I hit a brick wall. Like I just couldn't get out of bed. And often I was housebound. Sometimes I was bedbound, thinking, this is it. My life's over. What am I going to do? And I go from doctor to doctor and they say, oh, you've got this thing called ME or chronic fatigue syndrome. There's no cure. We don't understand what causes it. And people have it for decades. Imagine being told that in your early 20s and thinking,
crazy.
What is going on? And, in that moment, I don't know if it was some kind of universal kind of inspiration or something. I said to myself, I'm going to do whatever it takes to get over this illness. And if I get better, I will dedicate the rest of my life to helping others with this condition, because there are millions around the world who have this. And so, this is with the days when the internet was very rudimentary, the kind of mid to late 90s. And so I researched medical journals. I read books on this subject. I studied brain neurology. And I figured out a process, a mechanism that's probably going on in the brain and the body. And I experimented on my own brain. Now, let's be very clear. I don't believe these illnesses are in the mind, but I do believe they're in the brain, and treating those as two separate things. And ad hoc, I managed to retrain my brain through this hypothesis, got myself 100% better, and then wrote a medical paper in 1999, which was then published in a medical journal, Medical Hypotheses in 2002.
Yeah.
And then I thought, right, I really want to help others with this. This is what my life purpose truly is. And so I set up a clinic to treat other people with a condition. And this was basically using neuroplasticity brain retraining techniques applicable to so many different illnesses, not just chronic fatigue, but fibromyalgia and many other illnesses we'll talk about.
Yeah.
And in 2007, I published my treatment protocol online. So we were the first neuroplasticity program to have a kind of e-program, as it were.
Awesome.
So yes, that was my journey.
Yeah. No, it's amazing because they're like I did, you were going the traditional route at first, going to doctors, and I was going to alternative medicine doctors, people that I said, I'm not going to go the most traditional route. I'm going to get doctors. At the end of the day, you were the one that convinced me, though. The person that had to get me better was me. And that was so huge and so empowering. And that's what I've always believed. My whole life, I believed that I could do that. And then this thing hit me, and it hit me like nothing else had hit me in my life. And that's what a lot of people are going through right now. What's the number one realization people that are suffering from chronic fatigue, or in Europe it's called ME, or a lot of the world's is called ME, fibromyalgia, and also things like food sensitivities? You help treat food sensitivities, or chemical sensitivities, or electrical sensitivities. What's the number one realization that people need to make to even start getting on the path of healing?
For me, it's really understanding that the core of this is in the unconscious brain. Yeah. And we can certainly make dietary changes. We can make activity changes. We can do all the things that people normally do, take the supplements, the nutrients, and they will improve the downstream symptoms. But at the core of it, this black box that is the brain, that until recently has been this black box, is the core of so many illnesses which are very difficult to treat through mainstream medicine. And in fact, I'd love to share an analogy which I first heard on an Anthony Robbins course, which really kind of summarized this, which is, often we're standing on a bridge and we're seeing all these people being chucked in the river, and we're saving them from the river, right? And we're saying, right, we're giving them supplements, we're helping them through their diet, right? Take another person out the river. But no one's asking the question, who's throwing these people in the river in the first place? Right. Why is the body functioning incorrectly? Does the body just randomly go wrong? Yeah. No, I believe that ultimately the wiring of the brain is very fragile. And when we go through certain experiences, it can create emotional disorders, which we traditionally look at PTSD and things like that. But it can also create conditioned traumatic physiological disorders. Yeah. And 70 to 80% of the illnesses that present themselves in a doctor's office, I believe, come under this category. Pain syndromes, anxiety, depression, fatigue, all of these things that a doctor gives you a few pills and says, right, get out of my office in 5 minutes because I can't do anything else for you. Actually, there are underlying reasons in the brain that can be accessed, and we get our system back to optimal health.
Yeah, no, I love that. Why is it so hard? I mean, that concept, like I'm a total believer in what you're saying. When you go talk to people, though, they still want to push it off to somebody else trying to fix them. Why is it so hard for people to understand the fact that so much of what we're struggling with is created by us and can be changed by us? Why is that so difficult? Because I know you've worked with thousands and thousands, and some people have accepted it maybe a little bit easier, but even people that intellectually understand it, they still resist, don't they?
Yes, and this comes down to our cultural conditioning based on what's happened historically for the last 200 years. Yeah, it's a really fascinating. We don't have time to go into it now, but essentially, in the kind of 17th and 18th century in Europe, the church and science split. So anything to do with the mind, emotions, spirituality, that was the confines of religion and Christianity. Anything to do with hard science, so things that can be measured and tested, that was the avenue of science. So the two split. And that split, that kind of Cartesian separation, as it were, still persists to this day in modern medicine. So medicine is about measurement. Let's measure and test and scan what is going wrong, and then create an appropriate either surgery or drugs or medicines, etc.
Right.
Yeah. So that's how the system works. But of course, the black box was the brain, because it's very difficult to measure what is going on in the brain.
Yeah.
And an analogy is a car, right? So I remember in the 70s and 80s, when cars went wrong, there were pretty much mechanical issues. Something went wrong with metal on metal. But in modern cars, what is it that goes wrong? It's the electrical system, because cars are so complicated these days.
Yeah.
So the physical body is what mainstream medicine is good at measuring and fixing. But in modern cars, it tends to be the electrical system that tells the components what to do. And so it is with our brains and our nervous system. That is the electrical system that is wired into every organ and cell that tells the body what to do. So traditional medicine and the way that we have been programmed is, let's fix the physical body. So if this enzyme is low, let's boost this enzyme, etc. But now we're saying, what happens if it's actually software problems, not hardware problems?
Yeah.
And that's a completely different way of looking at the body, to say, yes, it could be a software bug. Just like when your computer malfunctions, it's never normally the physical hardware, although that can happen. It's often a software bug, or something's not booting correctly. And you have to wipe clean the software system and start again. And so it is with the brain. When the brain gets stuck in these software bugs, what happens is it starts creating downstream symptoms in the body and gets stuck in a lack of homeostasis. And the purpose of neuroplasticity, brain retraining, is to bring your brain and your nervous system back to its factory setting, its default setting. So it resets all those little bugs, and that in that state, our bodies naturally heal from so many different conditions.
And the body can naturally heal. Talk a little bit about symptoms, because that was the thing that kind of threw me off when I was going through it. I was having some really weird symptoms, like blurred vision, like, oh my God, what do I have, a brain tumor or something, like stuff that I never had before in my life, almost like fainting or dizziness. All sorts of things were happening to me that I said, something really physical has to be wrong with me. And yet when I used your methodology, they all went away. All those symptoms went away. But the symptoms were what was scaring me. And I'm normally not that afraid, positive thinker. And I was still thinking positive. I'm going to be fine. But it wasn't helping. The positive thinking wasn't helping. I had to do something even more. But talk about symptoms, because a lot of people think, oh, yeah, I know what he's talking about. For some people it's the brain, but I've got real symptoms. I've got all this stuff happening to me. Talk a little bit about symptoms and how they really are almost like an illusion for most people. I mean, they're real, but they're not the real problem.
Yes. Now, this is where I'm so glad you brought this question up, because many people get confused here. The symptoms in our bodies from so many different conditions are often caused by an overreaction of our own nervous system and our own immune system. Right. So let's take a condition we've all had, flu. Right. So when we have flu, we think, darn it, this flu virus is inside me and it's making me feel sick and nauseous. It's making me feel dizzy. It's making me feel exhausted, headachy. It's all because of the virus. No, it is our own immune system responding to the virus, which is causing all of these symptoms in the body. And so what's happening is, as many physical symptoms as we may have, we may put down to something else going on. It is the response of our own bodies to perhaps a virus or bacterial infection or a injury. Yeah. And so that means it's highly empowering, because that's our own reaction. So if we can moderate the reaction, then we can bring the body back to balance. That is a key thing. And an example of this, which many people will be able to relate to, is COVID-19. Now, many people think that people are dying from COVID-19. Yeah. What they're actually dying from is the body's own overreaction, what we call a cytokine storm, where suddenly the lungs become highly inflamed because the the brain believes we may not be able to fight off COVID-19. So
Right.
it over-responds, creates the inflammatory response. And that's why people are dying in hospitals. Yeah? And many of the medications they're prescribing are actually to moderate our own immune system. And if you imagine that nervous system and that immune system connects to every organ, every cell of our bodies, we can see how our own wiring, our own programming can completely throw us off track and bring up a whole host of different symptoms.
Yeah, amazing. And a lot of the work you've been doing lately is with long haul COVID symptoms that people are having, helping them heal from that, and also pain. A lot of people struggle with pain. Talk about how pain is in the brain, right? It's not even so always, oh, my knee, my I was talking about my hip with you earlier today. But pain can be created by the brain when there's no real reason necessarily for that pain. Talk a little bit about pain to everybody, because I know everyone or many people are have struggled or are struggling with pain in their body.
Yes, of course. Now, the first thing is, it's very important if somebody does have any of these symptoms we're talking about, extreme fatigue, pain, that they do get this checked out by a doctor. Absolutely. Because there are many purely organic causes for many different symptoms.
Yes.
And people come to us once they've exhausted all, dare I use that word, they've exhausted all traditional routes.
Yeah.
And then they come to us. So it's very important if someone's listening that they don't just dismiss their pain as being neurological necessarily. But once they've had that checked out and the doctor says, look, there's nothing else that we can find or nothing else we can do, then it's the probable cause of these exhaustion or fatigue, pain, is our own system creating it. Yeah. And if I can just start off from first principles about my hypothesis as to what causes these, and then I can explain how pain is perpetuated. So I always like to ask the biggest question of all: why are we here? Right, the big philosophical question. Now, luckily, we're not going to spend the next half an hour talking about that. But let's say, from a scientific perspective, why are we here? We're here because over millions of years of evolution, this beautiful nervous system and immune system and bodies that we've inherited has refined itself through plants and animals to get us to where we are now, and is designed to survive. So we are survival machines. That is the number one priority of this brain, this nervous system, this body. So we can pass on our genes to the next generation. Yep. Survival of the fittest, survival of the genes. Yep. Now, let's say let's take the example of long haul COVID or ME/CFS. Let's take long haul COVID. Let's say somebody contracts COVID-19 and the body is fighting off the virus. The immune system is fighting off the virus. Now, let's say the brain is, for whatever reason, erring on the side of caution, thinking, I'm not sure if I can fight off this particular virus. Or perhaps we've got a weakened immune system because we've been working hard, or we've been, stressed out. So the immune system may be a little weakened and take longer to fight off the virus. Yeah. Now imagine in that moment, the brain makes a decision that survival is more important than wellness. And even once it fights off the virus, it's left a legacy where the brain says, just to make sure I survive, if there's any little symptom or condition or experience which reminds me of COVID-19, I must trigger my immune system and my nervous system. So the brain is now overstimulating the nervous system, immune system, creating those flu-like symptoms in the body. And those symptoms in the body now become what we call conditioned stimuli. Now, it's a very scientific terms. I mean, they're just triggers. They're triggers for our bodies, our brains. And so those symptoms double back to a hypersensitive brain. The hypersensitive brain says, I thought we were in danger, and now we have these symptoms in the body. That confirms it to me. Perhaps we're still in danger from that virus or that infection. Right, let me trigger the nervous system and immune system. So it triggers the nervous system and immune system, creating muscle aches and pains, all the symptoms that we know, the exhaustion, the post-exertional malaise, the pain. Those symptoms are then in the body. They're detected by a hypervigilant, hypersensitive brain, and so on and so on. And we create that vicious cycle where the brain responds to the body and the body responds to the brain. And for those of us who are maths geeks or physics geeks, we know that symptoms, when they're often in cycles or waves, it's because the input and the output of the system have become connected. Mm-hmm. So now we don't need an external virus or infection or chemical to create this lack of homeostasis. We have our own brains and bodies kind of playing a game of tennis, constantly volleying the ball against each other, creating chronic illness in the body. And the way this relates to pain is that once we've had all the other things checked, it is likely that, let's say we have pain in our legs, for instance, the brain may be detecting that pain in the leg and maybe seeing it as evidence that there is some kind of potential infection or injury or something going on in the legs, which requires defensive response. That defensive response is inflammation. Let's send tightness into those areas. Let's send, inflammation, often Th2 dominated. Let's make sure we're fighting off whatever's going on in the legs, which then creates the pain and the tightness and the inability to walk too far, which then those symptoms come back to a hypersensitive, hypervigilant brain. Uh-oh, there's something still wrong. Let me send more of that defensive strategy to the legs, which creates more symptoms and pain. Once again, we get caught in the vicious cycle. And most importantly of all, both at a localized level and a centralized level, the pain signals get magnified and the pain networks become hypersensitive. So something which actually isn't that painful may well be getting magnified in the brain.
Right.
And studies show that actually things like meditation, deep relaxation techniques lower pain by reducing the sensitivity of pain networks.
Yeah.
And so that's how they have an impact. So pain in the body, where it has no obvious organic cause and we've exhausted other routes, it may well be down to some neural rewiring that is required to reset the body.
Yeah, and I can't say enough about your program. Your program, you should be paying me as a testimony because, but it's really true. Your program was life-changing for me. So it's amazing. And even just your explanation today, I hope people are really understanding the power of what Ashok is saying, because this is not an explanation that you get from many other people out there in the world, even so-called experts. They don't quite understand it at the level that your hypothesis and your theory has proven out and worked for people like me. I remember going to bed at night, and I probably mentioned this earlier, but going to bed at night and sleeping 10 hours thinking, okay, I'm going to wake up tomorrow morning feeling refreshed. And I would wake up feeling exhausted, or even if I had a little energy, the first little work I would do in my business, I would then feel exhausted. And I didn't understand why until you explained, just like you did earlier, my brain was hypervigilant. It was very sensitized. Any little thing was going to start creating stress and just drain my energy. But I learned that from you. So thank you. And I hope a lot of people will take to heart what Ashok is talking about today. How can they find out? You're going to give them, I know, a little bit of an exercise to do, but how can they find out more information about the Gupta method? Where can they go?
So they can come to our website, which is guptaprogram.com.
Yeah.
And on there's lots of free videos that they can watch. There's a 28-day free trial, so no commitment. See if this is the right approach for you.
Yeah.
And we even give away a kind of free meditation as well. So there's lots of different things people can do there. And then if they feel that they're ready to commit to our program, then they can purchase it online. So it's delivered through the internet. There's webinars with myself, there's videos, there's audio exercises, and a very loving, supportive community.
Yes.
Because sometimes when you're going through this on your own, it can feel so isolating.
Yeah.
But we've got like thousands of people working together, answering each other's questions, buddying up to support themselves through that healing as well. And as you probably know, we have done several scientific studies on our work.
Yes.
And until we have the large-scale phase 3 trial, which is what we're working on right now, we actually offer a 1-year money-back guarantee, so people can try the treatment, see if it works for them. If it doesn't, get their money back, use it for something else. Yeah. But the scientific studies are really important to us. And we've recently just published what we believe is the first randomized controlled trial ever published on a neuroplasticity brain retraining program. It was published in the Journal of Clinical Medicine, which is one of the top 10 journals in the world.
Yeah.
And it showed that just after an 8-week intervention, compared to a control, there was close to a 40% reduction in fibromyalgia scores, but 0 effect in the control group.
Wow.
And there was a halving of pain, a halving of anxiety and depression, and a 50% increase in functional capacity. And that was just after 8 weeks.
After 8 weeks. Wow.
Yeah, when this is a 6-month program.
Yeah.
So we're very excited that that's just been published, and it's created a lot of buzz, a lot of interest from many different doctors who are now prescribing our program. But now we're looking for the phase 3 trial. So we definitely want to go down the mainstream scientific route to prove this is an effective approach.
No, absolutely. This should be mainstream. This is medicine practiced at its most powerful and purest form. I love it. What are so people that are watching may have certain conditions, and they know people in their lives that have conditions. What are the primary conditions that people come to the Gupta method for?
So the main ones tends to be ME and chronic fatigue syndrome, fibromyalgia, and long haul COVID, which is the ones you've mentioned.
Okay.
But often it's conditions which have been triggered by something external. So mold illness, which is a very unique and unusual condition. Chemical sensitivities, food sensitivities.
Talk about food sensitivity. So that's an interesting one, because lots of people are getting tested now, and I've got food sensitivity to this and that and the other. We had somebody come over to our house recently that they had to radically change their diet because of food sensitivities. Now, certain things you probably don't want to eat anyways, just because they're not that healthy, but having not even the choice to eat certain foods that are healthy, like some of the food sensitivities are to healthy vegetables or things that normally would nourish your body, but people can't eat them. How does a food sensitivity develop? That doesn't sound like that would be normally like chronic fatigue, but it is pretty much the same thing, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, remember, our brains are survival machines. They want us to survive, and they will always overprotect to ensure survival. So let's say somebody is going through a very, what we call a sensitizing event. Mm-hmm. So that might be a divorce, a relationship breakup, losing your job, financial worries, whatever kind of stress, anxiety someone might be experiencing. Now, what tends to happen then, there tends to be alterations in our gut. So we know that for many people, stress goes directly to their gut, and they feel tightness and tension in the gut. And then what happens is we may then eat foods which the gut thinks, is this good for me or bad for me in my altered state where I'm not feeling the best? Yeah. And many people find that their food sensitivities keep increasing. So they eat one food, they're fine for a while, then that one their bodies become sensitive to that, then another one, then another one. It's because the gut is literally making decisions saying, no, this is probably bad. No, this is good. No, this is probably bad. And therefore creates that sensitivity reaction to warn you not to have that food any longer. Yeah? Now, the challenge is, even once your original anxiety or stressful event has gone, it leaves a legacy in the gut, which is we must keep being sensitive to that food. And that's what we're retraining to say, hey, we no longer need to be sensitive to that food. Yeah. And sometimes that can be because that food caused food poisoning, for instance. So it actually was a dangerous food at one point in time, but is no longer a dangerous food. Yeah. So we have patients who sometimes are down to 3 foods. They can only eat 3 foods, and anything else just sets them off. Yeah. And step by step, over the space of weeks, using the brain retraining, they're able to gradually introduce all of the foods that they're sensitive to. And as you say, we don't say, right, if you're sensitive to a McDonald's, right? Yeah.
But if you're sensitive to a blueberry, come on now. The blueberry is not the problem.
No, exactly. Yeah. So over time, whether it's chemical sensitivities or food sensitivities, they're able to improve. Amazing. And we believe we are on the dawn of a new medicine, what we call bioelectrical medicine. So who knows, in 40 to 50 years' time or 100 years' time, if you have any of these conditions the doctor can't normally treat, you might go to a bioelectrical clinic and they'll plug some electrodes in. And if you have hay fever or asthma or any of the conditions we've described, ME, they'll plug you in, rewire the brain, unplug you, great, you're done, your brain's been reset. But until we get to that advancement in technology, we're kind of the stopgap, which is actually we can rewire the brain using these novel, unusual techniques and bring us back to the reset, the default setting.
Yeah. Well, I'm a huge fan of your work. One of the guests that we had on the summit is Dr. Cheng Ron, good friend of mine, medical doctor. And one of the statistics he started off with was, and I can't even remember the number, but it was like this huge number of people that die every day from medication. They've got symptoms, they go take medication, the medication kills them. And they could be learning how to get over these conditions without any the medication never was going to help them. I mean, it helped relieve maybe some of the symptoms, but it was destroying other parts of their body or their immune system or their cardiovascular system. So I love the way that you're leading people. Like you said, you always want to go get checked out and make sure that you're under the care of a physician, but at the same time, you want to take some control over your health, and you help people do that. So you say your program is 6 months. Is that about the amount of time it takes to truly transform the brain?
We like to say 6 months because people become complacent.
Yeah. They want it today, right? They want it,
exactly.
Yeah.
And then they say, right,
I did it for 5 seconds. Why am I not better? Come on.
And many people do get better within weeks, and they get up to, generally the pattern is within a couple of months, they'll get up to about 80%. But then they'll become complacent and think, right, I've done it. I can throw myself into the stressful life that I had earlier on. Yeah. And we say, no, we want to get you well, but we want you to stay well.
Yeah.
That's the most important thing. So we don't want you to become complacent. Continue with these tools for at least 6 months, because our system is still sensitive for a while. So you may have retrained it, but what happens if the brain suddenly experiences another stressor and then goes back into that altered state again? But generally within weeks and months, people will notice shifts in their energy level, shifts in the way their body's responding, sometimes within hours. So we've had people within a few days. I had a lady last week, had a long haul COVID for a year, was bedbound for a year. Yeah. Within a couple of weeks of using our program, she's up to 90% and walking 5 kilometers a day. Yeah. So it can be quite quick, but we never want people to become complacent about it.
Well, and that was important, the way that you pre-framed that and put that out in your program, even for me, who, I'm used to committing and making sure I give it time. That was a great little reminder, because when you're not feeling well, you want to get better super quick. And that's why we're going to all these doctors or trying, the magic pill. And just you reminding people in the program, reminding me when I was taking your program, that it's going to take a little while. Stick to it. It will happen, though. It will happen. And your new program, because I did it back when you had the DVDs, your new program is beautiful. You filmed it in Switzerland, like incredibly well done. So thank you for letting me experience that too, your new program. It's really, really cool. Love what you've done there.
Yeah, we had a lot of fun actually filming that in Switzerland, the beautiful healing green mountains. So generally people now found just by watching the videos, they start feeling healed straight away. So that's always nice to hear as well.
Absolutely. So what's one thing everybody listening can do right now to start on this journey that we've been talking about? Can you give us a little exercise or something we can do?
Sure. It's a very, very simple exercise, which is just that body awareness.
Okay.
That when we have a particular persistent thought in the mind, and just to say, obviously we're talking about energy here. Generally, when people have low energy, they think, okay, I need to change my diet or I need to exercise. Yeah. But actually, it's understanding the power of our thoughts, that a worry is one of the biggest drainer of our energy.
Yes.
Somebody could be sitting at a desk all day. They haven't moved. They've eaten a wonderful diet. But actually, just by worrying, sitting in front of the desk, at the end of the day, they're exhausted. Yeah. Now, how do they get exhausted? Yeah. Right? It's from that mental churning and that mental worry.
Yes.
And so I'd like to give people a technique. It's not so much for physical illness, but actually just keeping our energy levels up when we've got a persistent negative thought. And it's called the new groove technique.
Okay.
Which sounds like a bit of a dance move, but it's not a dance move. It's just a way of rewiring the brain very quickly. And I'll do the first few stages of it. And then in the free gift that I've got, there's a video there that takes you through the full process.
Okay, cool. Make sure you check out the free gift on the Summit webpage. But we'll get started with right now the very first part of it.
Sure. So the first thing is that whenever we are noticing a particular thought pattern which is repetitive, let's say someone's called us an idiot, right?
Yeah.
Now they called us an idiot once, but how many times do they call us an idiot when we replay the tape in the brain again and again and again, right? Idiot, idiot, idiot. So in that moment, we need to have, and Anthony Robbins and yourself talk about this, is the kind of pattern interrupt. So that could be a stop. So we say stop, 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 or singing out loud or laughing out loud or something to break that particular pattern. And then a slow, deep breath in. So that's the second stage, is taking a deep breath in. And then as we breathe out, imagining someone that represents love to us. Yeah. So this can be a figure from your religion or spirituality. So if someone's a Christian, it might be Jesus. If they're a Buddhist, it might be Buddha, etc. Or it could be a pet or a family member, someone that we connect with a sense of love. Yeah.
Yes.
So the first S is stop.
Okay.
The second S is surrender. We are surrendering and letting go of our worries and our stresses and cares towards a representation of love. Yeah. So let's now imagine something that's stressing us out. So might be.
And before you, everybody do this little exercise with Ashok. Like, don't just watch him do it. Like, he'll lead you through this. Let's practice it right now. I'll do it too. Go ahead.
Great. So let's think of something that's bothering us. It could be stresses about what we need to do later on, or an argument we've had with somebody. Yeah, let's do this with our eyes closed so we get focused. So the first thing is we just become aware of that repetitive negative thought in our minds. So let's just become aware of that. And during the day, as soon as we become aware of it, in our minds, let's do that first S, which is stop. So in our minds, let's just say stop, stop, stop. Then we take a deep breath in. Imagine a representation of love in front of us. So it could be a figure from your religion or spirituality. And breathe out and imagining you're surrendering and letting go of that emotion and that thought. And it's being absorbed by a representation of love. So you're carefree and relaxed because you've released and let it go. Okay. So let's keep our eyes closed. The third S is shift perspective. Some people call this reframing. Shift perspective is saying, how could I look at this situation differently that would make me feel better? So if we had an argument with somebody or they said something that wasn't very nice, we could say, oh, I'm going to shift perspective on that and say, well, maybe they were just having a bad day. Or, it's not such a big deal what they said. Maybe there's something I can learn from it. Or the ultimate shift perspective is, hey, this is for my own growth and learning to reduce my reactivity to what people say. So you think of a perspective. So now all of us, let's think of a new perspective on this situation, which can make us feel better and make us not feel this is such a big deal that we're getting stressed by it. So let's spend a moment just reflecting on our new perspective. And keeping our eyes closed, notice how that shift in perspective actually just begins to release our arms and shoulders, and we feel less tense and less stressed by what was bothering us. And the final S, keeping our eyes closed, the fourth S is substitute. How would we choose to feel in this situation? If we've absorbed this new perspective, how do we now choose to feel? So in the case of having an argument with somebody, we may choose to have an affirmation such as, I am calm and relaxed about that person. I imagine I've let it go now. So in that fourth S, let's think of a sentence, an I feel sentence, which summarizes how we choose to feel about that situation. And in a moment, I'm going to ask you to take a breath in and imagine how you would feel if you truly had shifted perspective and let it go, whatever that situation was. Yeah. So now let's think of that sentence. I am calm about the situation, or I feel differently about this, or whatever it is. Let's take a slow, deep breath in. And with a smile in our minds, we can say that sentence, that new perspective, that substitute. And imagine how our mind and body would feel if we have embraced how we choose to feel about it. Breathing slowly and deeply with a smile as you do so. And notice how you breathe in and out with a smile. How the body may relax a little more. And just notice the contrast, if any, between how you felt at the beginning about that personal situation and how you feel now. What's different? What quality of feeling is different now? And hold on to that good feeling. Let's take a slow, deep breath in. And breathe out with a smile. And when we're ready, we can just gently open our eyes.
That was awesome. Thank you so much. That was really, really cool. I hope everybody enjoyed that. Just recap those S steps again, the 4 S's, really quick for people, Ashok.
Of course. So the new groove technique has 4 S's. Number 1 is stop. So that's stopping in, taking a deep breath in. Number 2 is surrender. So finding your representation of love and surrendering the pain, the negativity, connecting with that spirit aspect of yourself. The third S is shift perspective. How can I look at this situation differently that would make me feel better? How can I be more mature about the situation?
Yeah.
And the fourth S is substitute. So imagining a whole mind-body feeling of how do I choose to feel about this situation? And if I've embraced this new perspective, how much better can I feel about it? And feeling it and imagining it in every cell of your body. And then opening your eyes and repeating that process each time the brain gets stuck in that repetitive thinking. And by repeating this process, you'll find eventually something that you might have obsessed about for weeks or days or hours suddenly just dissolves away.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. And I especially resonated with the third step, find a different perspective, because I know when I was going through my chronic fatigue, it was tough, but it was such an amazing learning and growth experience for me. And I tell people now, it's the seminar you never would have signed yourself up for, but you got so much out of it. Like it just transformed your life. So I love that you brought that up for people, because people that are struggling with some of these illnesses, if they use it correctly, if they use this experience correctly, they're going to grow in ways they never would have grown. They're going to, use your technique, which will create a whole new set of possibilities moving forward in their life. So there can be a true blessing in any experience that we're going through that we go, oh, that's terrible or that's bad. Could be a gift. And I find it usually is. So I love that you brought that up.
Yes, absolutely. And that's definitely the analogy we use in when people are going through chronic illness, because you say, you shake your fist at the universe or God or whatever you believe and say, how could you make me go through this suffering? That kind of thing. But it's only often many years later, you understand the transformative effect of that particular condition. And, we talk about the caterpillar turning into the butterfly, that when we go through these very challenging illnesses, it can feel like we go into this cocoon where literally we're isolated from friends and family, and we feel tight and we feel depressed. But in that stage, it is a transformative stage, because we learn about ourselves, we learn about our patterns, and it takes the butterfly struggling out of the cocoon during that transformation that strengthens the wings. So as we struggle out of that cocoon, as we learn what we need to learn to be able to heal and get better, it strengthens the wings of the butterfly so it can emerge and is completely transformed from the caterpillar it was initially, and now has the strength to fly and experience life in a whole new dimension. And for many people, chronic illnesses is a transformation. It is a rebirth. It is often what I call a spiritual accelerator. It moves us into a whole new stage of life. And when we see it in that perspective, we don't resist, we don't challenge, we don't feel upset by it. We see it as something that is going to help us in our next evolution in life.
Absolutely. And the real gift is seeing it while you're going through it, not waiting 10 years after and going, yeah, that was something that shaped me. Start to see it right now. Ashok, you've got a huge heart. I've loved having you on our summit and being able to talk with you and have you share your wisdom. And thank you so much, not only for just being on the summit, but thank you for your work and all the peoples whose lives you've changed, and hopefully many, many more. I know it's thousands you've helped so far. I hope it gets in the millions. So thank you so much for being part of this summit, and thank you for your amazing work.
No, thank you, Tom, for inviting me. And I just want to share, anyone who's going through these illnesses, just hold on to the hope. There is a way forward. People do heal from this, and you can do it too.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Before we start the next interview, who do you know that needs this information? By sharing the Global Energy Summit with others, you could change or even save someone's life. So please click the share button below the video to help us spread the word and empower your friends and loved ones with this empowering health information. With many of our guests on the summit, I'm either meeting them for the first time or maybe I've known them a little bit. This guest is different. She's somebody that I've known for a long time, 33 years to be exact, and I've actually been married to her for 30 of those years. But that's not why she's on the summit. She's on the summit because she is one of the leaders in the health wellness industry. As a matter of fact, in 2021, she was just named in the Academy Awards of Health and Wellness as the Instructor of the Year, the Expert of the Year. And that was voted on by all her peers and contemporaries in that industry. So I'm really excited to introduce you to my wife, Stacy McCarthy. She is a professor of kinesiology. So she's got an academic background, but she's got a huge heart, and she's helped so many people optimize their health and wellness. And I know she's going to do the same for you. So welcome, Stacy McCarthy.
Thank you, Tom McCarthy. Good to be here.
Yeah. So I'm really excited to have you on. And one of the reasons that you've been so successful is you've taken this complicated business of how do I become healthier? How do I create wellness in my life? And you've simplified it. You didn't say there's 1,000,002 things you need to do. You've actually boiled it down into what you call, and I love this terminology, mastering the big three. So give us just a little bit of a high level, what the big three is, and then we'll start to dig down deeper and give people some information on how to master the big three. But what is the big three? What are the big three?
Well, the big three are really lifelong rituals that guarantee your success in these three areas of your life: how you move, how you eat, and how you think.
And so why did you pick those three? What is it about those three categories that made them rise above everything else?
Well, if you really look at most of the habits that you have in a day, good and bad, if you look at those habits, most of them fall somewhere within those three areas. What we're eating during the day, if we want to be healthy, maybe you're trying all these different diets, trying to figure out how you're supposed to eat in order to maximize your health, or maybe you're exercising or moving in a certain way, hoping that that's going to make you healthy, or the thoughts that you're having throughout the day. These fall into these three areas. So if we look at our daily habits of what we're doing, those unconscious habits that we're doing over and over again, they're going to fall probably into one of those three categories.
Yeah. And so you talked about habits, and I know you're going to talk about rituals too. A lot of people will dabble in parts of those, like they'll take a yoga class every now and then, or they'll eat healthy or try some new diet every now and then, or they'll try to think positive thoughts. But you're a big proponent that it has to become a ritual. It has to become something that you do on a consistent basis. Why is that so critical?
Well, if you look at a habit, and we all have habits, good and bad, they're usually unconscious. They could come from all kinds of places. They could have been passed down from our parents or from our roommates. Let's say you get up in the morning and every morning you fix yourself a cup of coffee, first thing out of bed. Well, that's pretty unconscious for a lot of us. It's just, that's what I do. I wake up and have coffee. But when we really look at being our best self and we start to do things intentionally and consciously over and over again to be our best selves, that becomes a ritual. We're much more conscious of what we're doing. We're much more intentional of what we're doing versus it's just unconscious. This is the way I've always done it. I don't think too much about it. So this is what I do now. And so we're taking those unconscious habits and we're starting to be more mindful about what it is we're doing. And eventually those rituals also almost become unconscious, but we started very intentional, very conscious, and moving in the direction of our best self.
Yeah. And I can vouch for the fact that you practice what you preach. There are many rituals you have as you go through your day that allow you to optimize how you move, how you eat, and how you think. Let's start with how you move. A lot of people think, exercise or movement is important, but they don't know how to optimize it. They don't have the best rituals, or maybe they work really, really hard at it and then they burn out. They can't keep it up. What are some of the things to think about around movement before we even get into maybe a habit or two? What are some ways to think about movement? Because we're moving hopefully throughout the day, not just in an exercise practice. I know that you even have things you do in bed when you wake up. And sometimes you wake me up because you're moving and doing these things. But what's a good way to think about movement as you go through the day? Because you say it is one of the big three components of living a healthier and happier and wellness-filled life.
Well, first of all, we're living right now in a sitting society, right? We spend so much time. In fact, we're on Zoom, but we're standing up because we spend so much time behind our computers, behind cars and transportation. So sitting today is really the new smoking. So if you're getting up and you're moving at all, great job. You're getting up and you're moving. And so already you're on the track to doing something good. Just get up off your seat. Don't sit there too much and move. But then we can refine it a little bit deeper. So exercise is fantastic. Exercise is great. And exercise for most of us, it's, our 30 minutes or hour in the day. And if you do that much, and then that's what you've done. But it's really the other 23 hours in your day that's going to make a difference. So a couple things. One, I want to define health versus exercise. And I come from an exercise background. Obviously, you mentioned I'm a kinesiology, health and nutrition professor. I was a swimmer in college. So sports and exercise have always been a big part of my life. However, exercise in itself is really designed for an athletic endeavor or to accomplish something, whether it's losing weight, whether it's keeping fit, whether it's building certain muscle, but a lot of times it's very repetitive. And it's designed to, again, to perform something. And over time, even if you look at athletes exercising a lot or a weekend warrior exerciser, they're tending to do the same thing over and over, which can create a lot of muscular imbalances and structural irregularities in the body. And just take a look at any professional athlete long term, and depending on what sport they did, you can probably see what's happening. You'll see the football player get up in their knees, or you'll see these different athletes and what's happened to them. And it can even happen in just exercise classes these days. They're really hardcore exercise classes where, again, it's designed for a single purpose. Whereas health is really the optimization of your entire system, your musculoskeletal system, but also your cardiovascular system, your hormonal system, your nervous system, your circulatory system. Your health is the entire body working together. So when it comes to movement, let's really look at things that are energizing, not just your muscles and your tendons and your ligaments, but let's look at movement to really boost our circulatory system, to balance our hormones, to really look at the body as a healthy vehicle. So there's a little difference in that. And it's one of the reasons that I'm a big proponent of yoga, because yoga is a 24/7 practice of really awareness. The asana, or the postures that we do, are a body awareness technique aimed at liberating our consciousness from old ways of being, doing, and thinking. So even while we're moving in these poses, we're working on it to help our mind, to help really liberate our mind from all the chaos outside of ourselves. So we're looking at it as a health system as a whole. So I hope that helps in looking at how you move and being a little more mindful at the type of movements that we're doing.
Yeah. So let's start by, so a ritual you have every morning is you stretch in bed. And talk about your little ritual of stretching in bed, because that could be something that anybody can do. That 5 minutes before you get up and you're up and going, you're moving around in bed. Not moving, jerking around, but you've got purposeful movement. How did you come up with that? And what are some of the things people can do, even just in that time that they're waking up? They can start with their movement, almost like get a little head start on the day. Talk a little bit about that.
Well, that's a funny one, but I do bed yoga. So in the morning before I get up, it's kind of like a yin practice, very soft, more restorative practice where I'm just easing my body into the day. So I'll do some light things to really release my low back in bed, where I release the hips. I'll do some things for my shoulder girdle, just very light, where I'm holding them almost half asleep in a meditative state for a good 3 to 5 minutes. And I'm just allowing really the fascia in my body and to relax and open up. So it's a very light thing, but it's a great way to start my day. So I start it with that, and then I move into my meditation all before I get out of bed, so that I'm really setting both my body and my mind to have a great day. So give people an example of a couple things they can do in bed to start their day. Like, what are a couple things? And be careful you're not kicking your partner. Sometimes I think I get a little nudge, but what are a couple things? Because they're pretty simple exercises, but it's something that I'd never seen before or heard of before. It's something unique you do. I think you could help people with. Well, I'll try to show you standing here, but one of the simplest things you can do is, and I'll just give a sample, is just bring your arms out to the side in a T, bring your knees into your chest, and then drop both your knees to one side. Let's say you drop it over to the right side, and then you just gaze over the left side. And so very softly, you're dropping the shoulders down, you're lifting the lower belly, and you're just kind of softening into it. And all you're doing is you're giving your spine a little bit of a twist, and then you'll reverse it. You'll take the knees to the left side, you'll softly gaze over to the right shoulder. And so we're moving basically the hips, the shoulders are staying stable, and you're moving the head to kind of start to wake up the spine. You could also lay on your back, just bend your knees with your feet hips width distance apart, and literally just lift your hips up, and then exhale, bring them down. And you could do that a few times so you get a little flexion and extension in the spine. And so really what I'm looking at in any single day, everyone should be moving their spine in all 6 directions. What does that mean? You should be moving your spine in flexion and extension forward and back. You should be moving your spine in internal and external rotation. And you should be moving your spine as well in side bending so that you're moving abduction and adduction. And so if we move our spine in all 6 directions, then it's going to be a little more open, and your energy, here's the thing, your energy is going to flow with greater ease, because in yogic terms and in much of mind-body terms, one, the chakra system runs up from the pubic bone through the crown of the head, so up to the spinal cord area. So when we're keeping our spine mobile in all 6 directions, then we're allowing the energy to flow. And when it gets blocked up, this is where it gets locked, usually running up through the central energy channel. So in yoga, we have a great saying that we are as young as our spine is flexible, right? So we want to keep that mobility in our spine to keep the energy flowing, to stop the blockage of energy.
Yeah, I love that. So any movement then throughout the day that people can do in those 6 directions is going to help keep that spine healthy and flexible. And I love the age of your spine really determines your age, right? You know, if you've got an old creaky spine because you haven't been moving it in 6 directions. So some really great stuff to think about there.
Hey, Tom, you know what I could do just for everyone, if you're sitting right now, maybe you could just stand up with me and let's move your spine in all 6 directions. This is something you can do, like set your clock for each hour, because I want to give you something actionable that you hopefully will create a ritual around, and you'll do it several times a day. But if you just stand up, something as simple, and I hope you can see me, is putting your hands here and then arching your back and then drawing the navel to the spine. So now you're moving your spine in flexion and extension, right? So this is one way just to get up, move your spine. Then you can stand up, and all you have to do is kind of twist side to side. So now you're doing internal and external rotation. You're waking up the spine again. And then very simply reach your arms up, grab one wrist, and then exhale over to one side, plant your feet. Now you're moving in abduction and adduction, these lateral bends. So just that, it took probably less than a minute. You've moved your spine in all 6 directions. And if you can get up and do that a few times a day, first thing in the morning, before you go to bed, maybe at lunch, gosh, you're moving your spine and you're going to be younger. You're going to have better energy flow.
That's awesome. Great job. I love that. And so simple to do a couple times a day, make it a ritual, and you will age better. You will feel more vigorous and you'll be healthier. So great stuff. So a little bit, and I know you have way more that you could share with people. These are just a couple little things. Your website is yoganamastacy.com. So Nama, like namaste, but N-A-M-A and then S-T-A-C-Y.com. And I know there's a lot more there that people can tap into, and they're going to want to go there. But they already have some really good things on how to move. Great job. So now let's go to how you eat. And I mean, people have heard why you eat, what you eat is very important. But why is eating well, eating the right things, having the right rituals around eating, why is that so critical to health and wellness?
Well, what you eat is either creating health or it's creating disease. And we have a choice in everything that we eat, that we're doing one or the other. And again, this is an energy summit. Food has energy. So obviously, if you are eating junk food, this edible bioengineered food, it has very, very low energy. There's very low, it's all processed. So you're not going to gain any energy from it. But if you're eating foods that are coming directly from source, directly from, whole foods, coming directly from where they were made, they've got an energy to it. And so when we look at our food, if we want more energy, if we want more vibrant health, eat as close to the source of the food as you possibly can. And that's going to create more energy. But guaranteed, these edible bioengineered foods, they are creating disease. They are not creating health and energy for you.
Yeah. So this is another area that you've got a lot of rituals in around the way you eat. You have a pretty predetermined morning ritual in terms of what you ingest in your body. Take us through a little bit of what you do. Not that it's going to be perfect for everybody, but some of the suggestions or some of the rituals you have may be something that could help people. So what are some of the rituals you start your day off with?
Sure. Well, I do have a lot of rituals around it, but just know, everyone, that we just left exercise, that no amount of exercise can fix a poor diet. So I started off, I mentioned, as an athlete, and I thought, well, if I work out harder, I can eat what I want. And some of that was that edible bioengineered food that had nothing good for me. So I really starting to feel my body and understanding what I put in it. I could feel it in the way I moved and the energy that I have. So that's one of the first things, is start to get in touch with your inner body wisdom of what you're eating and how it makes you feel. So for me personally, and again, there is no one diet that fits everyone. You have got to explore what is giving you the most energy and the most vitality. What does work best for me is to start my day with something that is very cleansing. So first thing in the morning, I have warm water with lemon. Why warm water with lemon? Because it helps to boost my digestive system, and it helps to really continue the cleanse of overnight. So when we're sleeping, basically when we're sleeping, our body is now, it's working on fasting and cleansing. And so the first thing in the morning, the last thing I want to put in it is something that is maybe highly acidic, that's hard to digest, that's hard on my gut, but something that's going to continue the cleansing process. And so I have warm water and lemon. A little while later, and this is not for everybody, but it works fantastic for our family. Our whole family does it. We have celery juice. We have just straight celery juice. I juice it fresh every morning. Yes, it's a lot of work. But what it does, again, it helps keep the cleansing going. And maybe for you, it's a different juice. Celery juice is a wonderful one for us. And then I always have a big green smoothie. So I don't eat a lot of solid food until late morning. I'm kind of, 11, a little bit before lunch. I'm eating mostly foods that are very cleansing, so that I can continue the cleanse from when I went to sleep that night as far as possible. So each day I'm kind of rebooting and re-cleansing and re-energizing my body.
Yeah. The other thing you do pretty much every day is you have a huge salad. So now there's things on the salad. So it's not just vegetables. There's all sorts of seeds and nuts and different things. But why is eating a lot of vegetables and salads, why is that such a big part of your life?
Well, I up it with a lot of superfoods. So one of the things I look at with each meal is having these 4 things within each meal that I have. And within my salad, I have greens. Obviously, this is even in my smoothies. I have protein. I have something with fiber in it, and then I have something with fat. So these 4 things are what satiate our body. So even if it's a salad, whatever I'm having, I try to have those 4 components in it so that I feel full. And the way I bring it in is with some of the superfoods, chia seeds, hemp seeds, these more superfoods that I can bring into it. And I put in very high quality dressings, not the ones loaded with sugar. So I stay away from refined sugars, because again, if you want something to zap your energy, sugar will do it, right? So we stay away from a lot of the refined sugars. And one of the tips that I can give you for all of this, because it's probably sounding like a lot of work for you. And again, this is why I said, make it a ritual, make it conscious, start with one thing that you can commit to until you no longer think about that. Right? So maybe for you, it's having that ginormous salad always in your refrigerator every single day, right? Every single day you have a big salad there. So I'm just going to have a big salad at some point today. It's very, very cleansing. And the other thing is, for all of this, is set up systems that are going to guarantee your success, that are going to guarantee you master this. So for example, if I go back to movement, I always have a space ready for me to get on my mat. If I roll it up and put it away, if I don't have a space for how I'm going to move, guess what? It's too easy not to move. So I make sure I have dedicated space, find it somewhere, even if you live in a small apartment, find some place that's dedicated for your movement. When it comes to eating, set up your systems just like you would set up at your office. In our kitchen, I have everything right where it's at. My Vitamix for the smoothies right there. I have our juicer right here to pull up. In the morning, I have our instant hot water ready to go. I have fresh lemons ready to go. So I really make sure all our systems are ready, because the more prepared you are, the less you have to get ready. And if it becomes too much of, oh, I've got to do all this, you won't do it. So start your systems, make your systems as important as you would working at your computer or working at your desk for it.
Yeah, that's awesome. No, the proof is really in the pudding, because you everything you're talking about, you do. You're a great example of. So we have how you move. We talked about how you eat. The third one is how you think. Talk to us about how thoughts influence our health, our wellness, our vitality, our energy.
All right, so I'm sure everybody has heard over and over again the quotes that we are our thoughts, that we become our thoughts. So out of all the big three, the thoughts are the most important of all of them, because quite honestly, you can move perfectly, you can eat perfectly, but if your thoughts are toxic, guess what? Disease will thrive in toxic thoughts. So our thoughts are going to be the most important thing that we can do to have good quality thoughts, to really stand guard of our mind, of what we're allowing to come in. So I have rituals around that as well. Tom knows these rituals. I do a meditation every morning. Some of you may be familiar with it. It's called the metta meditation, loving kindness, where the meditation every single morning and every single night, I want to plug this into my brain first thing. And before I go to sleep, I want that in my brain as well. So the loving kindness is really, it's a simple meditation to bring loving kindness first towards yourself, then towards others, and then really towards our whole global community, so that we're spreading it out. And so in the morning and in the evening, I do this loving kindness meditation. And then throughout the day, I'm doing something from a yogic terminology from Patanjali's Yoga Sutras. There's a Yoga Sutra, and in Sanskrit, the ancient language of yoga, is called Pratipaksha Bhavanam. And what does that mean in simple terms? It means when a negative thought comes in, negative thought or emotion comes into your head, immediately do whatever you have to do to cancel that thought and replace it with something more powerful, a more optimum performance thought. So this is one of the things, is learning how to notice which thoughts are coming in, deliberately and consciously canceling that negative thought, replace it with something more powerful. So let me give you an example. And again, as Tom mentioned, I'm a yoga teacher. I usually come back to yoga because it's taught me so much, but some of you have probably seen this pose called tree pose, right? Tree pose, where we stand on one foot, right? We balance, we do what we have. And so people will come into class and they will take tree pose, and maybe, you know, for whatever reason, their balance is off that day. Maybe they were traveling, and I will see it. I will see it on them. They're balancing, and then whoo, they fall down, and they come back and they're woo, woo, and they're falling down. And what happens? They become what? What do they become when that keeps happening, Tom?
Frustrated.
Frustrated, right? And any of you out there, maybe you felt frustrated in a yoga class where you're falling over. And so frustration isn't a real great emotion and thought to have while you're doing your yoga practice, because frustration is really, it's a combination of embarrassment, anger, and disappointment. And those are not empowering thoughts. So when that comes in, I'm falling over, boom, can I cancel that thought? Can I replace it with something more powerful? How about fascination? How about being fascinated, which is much more alluring? It's about wonder, it's curious, it's much higher thought and emotion process. And maybe I start to get curious, wow, I'm kind of off balance today. I wonder it's because I was on an airplane yesterday and maybe my equilibrium's off, or I wonder if it's because of what I ate. You're curious, you have wonder, and it's a higher thought process. So when we start looking at how we think, again, learning this practice of when the negative thoughts and emotions come in, can we cancel it? and replace it with a higher emotional, powerful thought.
Yeah, that's awesome. So the big three: how you move, how you eat, and how you think. And by creating rituals in each of those areas, we can all become healthier. We can create a higher level of wellness, and we can really enjoy life better. I love how you've broken that down, and you've helped so many people with it over the years. How can people get in touch with you, and what types of things can they do with you if they want to continue on this journey with the big three?
Well, I would love to meet all of you. And the best way to connect with me is really through my website, as Tom said, Yoga Nama Stacy, and it's Stacy at the end.com. Also, I'm on all the social links. But if you go to Yoga Nama Stacy, I have a little ebook that you can get on mastering the big three with some of these simple techniques that I talked about that you can start implementing right away. And really my tip for it is start with one. Make a commitment to just one thing that you're going to be conscious and deliberate about, and do it. Keep doing it, keep doing it, keep doing it until you don't think about it anymore. That's just the way you start your day, or that's the way you end your day, or that's what you do. So pick one of those things, master it, and then add on the next one. What is it you need? But yeah, really at my website, and I would love to connect with all of you. I teach online, so anywhere in the world, come connect with me, and I would love to help you.
Oh, your students love your classes, and she has a huge base of very loyal fans that she's helped change a lot of lives. I mentioned at the very beginning, we've been married 30 years. And just the proof is in the pudding. You notice her energy. You notice the vibrancy she has. She's getting ready, and she doesn't mind me saying this because she's not concerned with age, but she's getting ready to have her 60th birthday. So this is the kind of energy you can have if you master the big three the way that Stacy has done. So you're a great example, and it's really been wonderful having you on. And I know a lot of people will benefit from watching you, and hopefully they'll reach out to you and be able to take advantage of some of the more things that you have where they can continue their journey to health and wellness along with you. So thank you so much for being part of this, and you did an amazing job.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Are you enjoying the Global Energy Healing Summit so far? We'd love to hear from you. Please let us know in the comment section below about what you've been inspired by, what has moved you, or helped you see things in a new light. I look forward to reading all your comments. My next guest is someone that I've gotten to know over the past couple of years, and I really enjoy it whenever I'm around her or on a Zoom session with her. Her name is Dr. Leta Jussila. She's a doctor of acupuncture and Oriental medicine. In addition to that, she's also a certified Qigong practitioner and a licensed herbalist. And Leta, I am excited to have you here. We're going to learn a lot from you. Welcome to the Global Energy Healing Summit.
Tom, thank you so much. Really honored to be here.
Yeah. You said so many cool things leading up to this interview in the couple minutes that we were on. I want to make sure we capture those as we go. But one of the interesting things you said that the body has to digest everything. We're going to be talking about plants today and the energy from plants and the endocannabinoid system. But just explain to me, when you said the body has to process everything or digest everything, explain that a little bit.
I love it. Well, first of all, we just think that the body's going to digest, food and drink, whatever we put in our mouth. But in Chinese medicine, through that lens, we view that anything incoming, anything outside of us incoming to your whole field, your energetic field, is what you have to digest. So as much as we don't eat breakfast, lunch, and dinner at breakfast, because we know that it's too much food to process, which makes us feel heavy, no energy, brain fog, depression, we tend not to. But we often, what we're seeing in the clinic now, Tom, is that people spend too much time incoming information. So too many movies on Netflix, too much surfing the internet, actually too much experience. And what happens is it's an overload. We can't process it, just like we can't process that amount of food. And we wonder why we don't feel good.
Yeah, yeah. Well, that's interesting because you see people now where, instead of just like sitting and relaxing, any downtime they have, they've got their phone right in front of them. And I've never been that bad about it, but I did start noticing myself like, okay, I don't have anything to consume right now, and then looking for that stimulation. I really had to start catching myself and avoiding that, which is really, really interesting. So I just thought, I mean, even just that little bit you talked about is really helpful, I think, hopefully for a lot of people. It's okay to not always be consuming. If you fed your body food 24/7 every minute of the day, you would not be in great shape. And the same thing with information, the same thing with stimulating the nervous system. It's not a great thing to be doing. It's like running your car all day. The car's going to break down. And that's a great piece of advice. I didn't even think we were going to go there, but when you mentioned it early on, I wanted to bring that out right at the beginning. That was really, really good.
Well,
Very profound.
one thing I'll tell patients is that most of us use an air filter, most of us use a water filter. You have to filter out, right? Because if you keep thinking, right, you're still moving chi, you're still moving energy, you're having thoughts, they're just not going anywhere. They're just cyclical, right?
Yeah.
So energy is always moving and transforming.
Yeah, that's awesome. Another thing you said is that the body's either leaking or blocking. And then you mentioned that it's not a matter of if you're going to get out of balance, it's how quickly you can get back into balance. Talk a little bit about those concepts too.
I love it. Thanks, Tom. So, in Chinese medicine, we have this fundamental principle called yin and yang. And all it is simply is opposing forces. They complement each other. They define one another. You tend to have a night out with your friends, and then you want some quiet time. It's like people in the city go to the country for vacation. People in Tahoe go to San Francisco, right? So we're always wanting to balance out the energy, whether you know it or not. And if we were to simplify life in general and how we feel, money is a really easy way to measure. Sometimes it's hard to measure happiness or measure energy, although we can, but you're either leaking or blocking. So leaking means we're paying monthly fees for companies that we haven't used in a while. Blocking could be that you're really blocking the money from coming in. Right. And that's obviously a bigger topic, but same with energy. We're either leaking energy or we're blocking it because you will have enough. And I know you know this, Tom. I mean, amazing people and doctors on this summit have been sharing that, there's endless amount of energy all around you. You just have to know how to tap into it and how to use it. And one of the things that a lot of these healers and doctors are teaching us is how to use it so you never feel depleted. And it's a really beautiful and very simple things that you can do.
Yeah, that's awesome. Can you give us some examples of simple and easy things they can do?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So in Chinese medicine, we have a section called Qigong. And Qi is energy or life force, and Gong is a practice, a skill. And we use the quickest way to change your Qi or change your mind is to take a breath. And I know it's very simple, but there's a lot of different kinds of breath, right? So, I always tell people, well, we can breathe into our chest. That's pretty easy. We know now a lot of healers and yoga practitioners force us, okay, let's breathe into our belly. But other areas that we teach you is to breathe into your sides, your liver meridian, right? So this helps with stress reduction and anger and frustration. And then also breathing into your low back, which is the Mingmen, which is like the place that all of your energy comes from. It's like ancestral energy. And tapping into that. And we tend to not breathe into the sides or the low back, which means you're not using these resources that you have in your body that's available to you.
Yeah, that's awesome. So when you say breathe into that, obviously, the air component is going to be in the lungs, but you visualize the energy breathing into the sides of the body and then also down in the lower back.
So the easiest way to do this is put your hands on your body where you want to breathe. It gives the mind something to do. And so I always tell patients, put your hands on your ribs and then just breathe into your palms. Just fill up your palms with air.
Yeah.
Right. And then you'll start to realize if you practice that 2, 3, 4, 5 seconds a day, you start to realize you have more relaxed energy. And that's what we want, Tom. We want people to feel relaxed, peaceful, and calm, but energized, present, vital.
Yeah, just like you are right now. I love it. And one of the things that you told me is that when you got your doctorate, when you became a doctor, your thesis or your study was in the endocannabinoid system. So let's start going into plants, because this is the Global Energy Healing Summit. Plants have amazing impact on energy, and plants are energy. I mean, that's what they're made of. Everything's energy, but plants are vibrant energy. So talk to us about the importance of the endocannabinoid system.
Thank you, Tom. So, well, first of all, this energy, this chi, this life force is in you. It's in each of us, and it's awakened and developed based on practice and skill sets. So the cool thing is that it's available to you. You have energy. Sometimes you have more energy or less energy. And part of what plants and herbal medicine does, and even these practices of breath work or qigong, they allow you to get more access to a greater amount of energy and then be able to use it, direct it to the place in your life or place in your body that needs it most. So the power of plants as medicine, you know, what is herbal medicine? What do plants do? Well, they work to aid, restore, and harmonize those opposing forces of yin and yang that I spoke about earlier. Now, the word herb can relate to many different things. We use the roots, the flowers, the stem, the bark, the seeds, all different aspects of the plants, and they all have different therapeutic effects. So we don't need to go into unique properties and functions here, but the herbs itself soak up the mineral content. It also soaks up the photosynthesis, right, from the sun. And so when these plants out, you know, in the farms all over the world, they absorb the sun's energy through, you know, we learned this in 3rd grade, photosynthesis, and it converts the CO2, carbon dioxide, and the water into nutrients, right, which are actually viewed as carbohydrates. And the energy from this plant is transformed in your body into usable energy in a lot of direct and indirect ways. So it's amazing, but you have to understand that herbal medicine and plants, you know, have this energy. You take it in, and it's going to do different things based on the plant, but it's going to give you usable energy and life force. And very simply, when I teach my classes and my herbal mentorship, you have to understand that sometimes herbs are going to be adaptogenic, which means you want them to balance whatever's too high and whatever's too low, okay? Yeah. Sometimes plants, we call them nootropic, okay? So nootropic means they enhance very specifically your memory and cognitive function. And then hit words that most of us know, they're antioxidant, they're anti-inflammatory, antiviral, antimicrobial, and the last one is immunomodulatory, and just means that they're going to help balance your immune. And that's the power of plants as medicine, because they're going to do what your body needs, because your body has this intelligence and it'll prioritize, and the plant works with your body's natural prioritization system, and it's beautiful synergy.
Yeah. You know, you talked about, and we'll get more into plants in a second, but you talked about the immune system a little bit. A lot of people are misguided when they think about the immune system. Having an overly active immune system is just as bad as having, in many cases, a underactive immune system. So I liked how you talked about balancing the immune system. That's really what we want to be healthy, right?
Yes. I mean, absolutely. You don't want anything overactive or underactive. I mean, that's the whole idea of finding that balance. You know, immune system is a huge topic, and we know a lot about the connection between your brain and your immune system and the gut microbiome. And you mentioned, one of your first questions to me was about this endocannabinoid system. You know, and if some of our listeners don't know about it, it's probably the largest medical discovery that we're going to see in our lifetime. It really became prominent in the 80s in Israel. Tons of amazing research and webinars on the internet about this. But Dr. Raphael Mechoulam and his team in Israel discovered this amazing system. And the best thing I can say to you very simply is think of a symphony. You have the conductor conducting the symphony. And that's what the endocannabinoid system does. It's the conductor to conduct your nervous system and your cardiovascular system and your immune system. And so now in medicine, Tom, you know, as doctors, what we, you know, if someone has a cardiovascular issue, absolutely we're going to look at that system, but we also have to look at and feed the endocannabinoid system.
Mm-hmm. And how do you do that? How do you feed the endocannabinoid system?
Well, the first thing I always ask patients is, you know, or ask myself is their system depleted? And it's very simply is if you have, unfortunately, a chronic disease or a diagnosis, we know that your system is not working, okay? If you have symptoms, then it could be an acute phase. And of course, you know, a diagnosis or a chronic disease is a chronic deficiency. There's no test for it yet. There is a team at Johns Hopkins looking at a blood test. But if you're deficient, the one way you can increase that is through a supplement, through taking these cannabinoids from a hemp or cannabis plant. And that's, you know, as much as I love to tell my patients, you know, I want you to eat your kale and eat your beets and drink water, nothing is going to replenish this endocannabinoid system in the brain and all over the body as does the cannabis plant and the hemp plant. So that's why it's such a big topic in this world right now to get access and educated about it.
Yeah, and I met you because you are a medical advisor to a company that I'm very fond of that has products along in what you're talking about that feed the endocannabinoid system. Is called Prime My Body. What are some of the products that Prime My Body has that could be helpful to people?
Well, I love that you're asking that because there is going to be times in our lives where we need to supplement our diet. You know, we know that, you know, in the United States, you know, our farmers were not taught biodynamic sustainable farming like the Hugel method. So our soil is nutrient deficient. And so these plants, the reason why herbal medicine is so effective is because they absorb all the minerals from the soil, but then also have natural minerals in them. And so Prime My Body is a hemp-based international company where they use not just science and observational clinical studies to prove that their formulas work, but they've taken a look at what are the most common things that individuals are facing right now. And it's heart health, it's immune system, it's cognitive, you know, brain function. It's also stress, you know, cortisol and weight gain. So what they've done is, as a mission of the company, is to say, okay, we know that we're living in a world where there's too much stress. There's too much stress financially, socially, you know, all the things that we do now as just to vote and recycle, you know, all the responsibilities. It's a lot. And when we have that much, you know, stress on the system, you know, we can't really perform. And, you know, one of the things that I want to say, Tom, is that, you know, Chinese medicine, it used to be about longevity. The emperor said, you know, I want to live forever. But how we practice this medicine now, it's about vitality, because we don't know how long you're going to be here, but we know so much now to keep you vital. So that decline in health could be an hour, 6 hours, 6 days, 6 weeks. It doesn't have to be 20 years. And Prime My Body does such a good job with their formulations. One of the formulas, Shield, it has 7 Western herbs, 6 Chinese herbs, and then tons of cannabinoids, terpenes to make it a well-rounded formula. So we're looking at what do we need now to feel supported, to feel held, to feel vital, so we can be out there and give our gifts.
Yeah. So the product you just talked about, Shield, tell us a little bit about that. That sounds fascinating. Why would somebody take that with the Western herbs, the Chinese herbs? What does that help with?
Well, it's a great question, because if you look at, and, you know, if you look at what's in, you know, I don't want to go over the 13 herbs, you know, you can always Google, I have a 20-minute webinar on it that Prime My Body has, but, you know, every single person immune system is different. So if we were all in the same room, someone, if their immune system was weak, they might have a sore throat. Someone else might get a headache first, or stuffed up or runny nose, right? So our immune systems show up a little bit differently. So what's great about this formula is that it has antibacterial, antiviral, antifungal, all the things to help in a synergistic way support the immune system, no matter what is your Achilles heel, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah.
And so you said stress. What types of things can help with stress in terms of plants and herbals and maybe even formulas that you have there at Prime My Body?
That's great. Well, stress, one of the things is I always look for an herb or a plant that's adaptogenic, right?
Yeah.
So that is going to help balance out the stress. And mushrooms are really known as that. I mean, a lot of people are taking, reishi and lion's mane and chaga, tons of amazing adaptogenic herbs. Now, Prime My Body put out a formula called Calm. I mean, it makes sense, right?
Yeah.
And when we're overactive, when we're revved up in the brain, it's really hard to get in that, sympathetic, relaxed state. And when you're, too revved up, it's hard to be present. It's hard to do anything, and especially fall asleep. And when people have that shot, that rise in cortisol, we start to gain weight. And then it becomes that cycle of not feeling good about ourselves. So with Calm, it has a bunch of cannabinoids. Again, they always do cannabinoids, terpenes, and then a bunch of adaptogenic herbs. And again, it does what it needs to in the body. And what's great about the formulas that I've seen, Tom, that Prime My Body puts out, is that patients ask me all day long, well, how much do I take? Am I going to have to be on it forever? And the beauty is that, every time you take an herb or a supplement, you're empowered. You're starting a relationship with this plant, so then it can reveal its secrets to you. So you can kind of discover on your own your relationship with it. It could be once a day, could be 3 times a day, could be twice a week. And that's the beautiful part about getting individuals on board to take more control over how they feel and what they can do about it.
Yeah, that's beautiful. And the herbs address more the cause versus just the symptom, it sounds like. They really start to work at the root cause to modify and to balance and make some great changes there. Yeah, that's awesome. I remember the first time I took Calm, I was in a hotel somewhere, and I had like the most amazing sleep ever. Very dreamy though, like super vivid dreams. I'm like, whoa. So it really did work. A lot of people as they age worry about cardiovascular. What types of things are helpful for people that have either already having challenges with their cardiovascular system, their heart, their circulation, or are concerned about it?
It's a great question. Well, I know this is a global healing summit, so you could be listening from all over the world, but in the United States right now, we just got the studies from 2020, so we don't have anything for 2021 yet, but we're looking at close to 800,000 of us affected by cardiovascular disease. And number 2 is respiratory lung issues, which is only at 120,000. So you can imagine that this is a big deal. And spiritually, Tom, if I may, I ask Americans, are we not happy? Are we not joyful? Are we not doing things that we love? Are we not in relationships that we love? I mean, why is our heart health waning? And it shows up in a lot of different ways. It shows up in not recovering after your, Peloton workout. It shows up that, libido's low, which is a huge one. And of course, all the different like blocked carotid arteries and tachycardia and low blood pressure, high blood pressure. We could go on and on and on when your heart isn't functioning well, when it doesn't have nitric oxide production. What are the symptoms that show up in all of these people's bodies? And then again, go down the road of chronic disease. Yeah.
And so you mentioned nitric oxide. Talk a little bit about that. I know a while back it was called the miracle discovery. What does it do? What does nitric oxide do?
So in simple terms, it widens and dilates your circulation pathways. Okay. So oxygen, blood, nutrients, all of these compounds are transported through your blood to your organs, your cells, and your tissues. Okay. So what happens is that it's supposed to be a two-way street, right? You want to continue to flush metabolic waste and harmful toxins from your body. But if your blood is not moving, if it's really sluggish, things aren't going to happen. You're going to feel toxic. You're not going to feel good. Okay. And so what happens is that when you produce nitric oxide in your red blood cells, you should be making it. And I always kind of related to CoQ10. As soon as you reach like age 40, you start to wane. So you have to, again, supplement, which is okay. Same with nitric oxide. People don't realize that they might not be producing it, which means it's like walking around with a backpack of rocks on your back. Right. It's like you don't have the ingredients inside your body to make what you need. As much as you need flour and sugar to make a cake, it doesn't matter if you don't have that stuff in your kitchen, you're not going to make a cake.
And nitric oxide can be produced from plants. I think beets are a good source of it, right?
Beets, green leafy vegetables, they're also rich in nitrate and nitrate. They can be converted to nitric oxide in the body when you consume them. Prime My Body, I know, has a product called Core, and I love it. And it's interesting, after I take it, I can actually see my veins kind of pop out a little bit, right? They're getting that good oxygenation, and the blood is flowing even easier. So I can even see like, whoa, that's pretty cool. And that product, I think, is going to be reintroduced in a new formulation coming up, right? Yeah, we're so excited that Nathan's on board and working on that formula. And I've had thousands of patients that have tried Core from Prime My Body, and everybody's different. I have some of my male patients who it's been amazing for them with their libido. Okay, it's very sad and very personal things that go on when a man or woman or however you identify doesn't have a libido. It affects your personal esteem and whatnot. But my family, my parents, the people I care most about, it's energy all day long. They cannot believe how much energy they have. And then, I was a training for gymnastics and the Olympics, and I've been a Division I field hockey player. And so I understand muscle growth, and I also understand recovery. And so I have a lot of athletes using nitric oxide because you don't want to be sore. And what happens is that when nitric oxide comes into the body, the recovery time it's just smooth.
That's what I've heard. So even from younger people, that's what I've heard, is that it's really impactful. It helps them recover, and maybe they still are producing quite a bit of nitric oxide, but it really does help them too. That's fantastic.
Yeah, it's really beautiful. And it's high time that we knew someone was going to develop a supplement, because we knew from, I've been studying nitric oxide for so long, but, we're finally have access to a supplement. That is a huge discovery and achievement on its own, that we have access to a supplement, because we knew that we'd been deficient, but it wasn't until recently out of Texas that they were able to actually develop a supplement. So super exciting times.
Yeah, that's outstanding. So Leta, where do people find you, first of all? If they want to work with you, and you can work over Zoom or over the phone, I guess, where can they find you?
Thanks, Tom. Well, my medical website is drleta.com. So doctor spelled out, Leta. And I have a membership site. I keep it super affordable for people. It's called the Herbal Mentor, where I educate, individuals and empower them on having a long, healthy relationship with all kinds of herbs and plants and lifestyle stuff based on Chinese medicine.
Yeah, that's awesome. And then for Prime My Body, I know there's a special page and that people can go to too, where you're a medical advisor for the company, and you're very integral in that company. So it's primemybody.com/global healing. So primemybody.com/global healing. Go there, and I know there's going to be a special offer for everybody that goes to that page. So drleta.com and primemybody.com/global healing. So Leta, what kind of final words of wisdom do you have for everybody? I know they've gotten a ton out of what you've had to say so far. What would you like to leave them with?
Well, I want to say that, you know, the power that made the body can heal the body, you know, and there is unlimited energy potential. You have access. You can take a sip right now and find your center. I mean, you know, working with thousands, I mean, tens and tens of thousands of patients, Tom, and whoever's listening, you have to understand that everything is an inside job. You know, nothing outside of you should rock you from your core, your beliefs, who you are, and why you're meant to be here and what you're doing. And so if you are a seeker and want to be able to really harness and transform and create the skill set to utilize chi, have more of it, know what to do with it, and understand when to take certain plants and certain herbs, that encourage you to continue to obviously listen in to all these amazing masters of this summit and seek out the ones that you resonate with to continue to learn from.
Yeah. Well, I know everybody loves your energy. You have amazing energy, and it's been so cool having you on. Thank you so much for being part of this summit. You did an amazing job today.
It's my honor, Tom. Thank you so much.
If you're enjoying these presentations so far, consider taking home lifetime VIP access to the entire Global Energy Healing Summit at a special discount right now. You're not only getting on-demand access to all 41 interviews and bonuses, you're also helping support our mission and getting this wonderful health information out to as many people as possible. I'm really excited to introduce you to our next guest. She's somebody that was helping me out just yesterday. I had a little virus going on, and she did some really great diagnostic work and coaching with me, and I'm feeling actually even a little better today. So seeing the benefits already. Her name is Rachael Dardano. She's the CEO of Internal Wisdom, which is an organization that she started, a wellness clinic she started several years ago in Northern California. And she's got a really interesting background because she used to sell diagnostic equipment back in the day. And I'm sure she was very successful at that. But now what she's doing is she's really helping people know how to heal from the inside. So she knows all the biology. She's sold to laboratories, but she really is a wise sage when it comes to health. And she's got all sorts of degrees and specialties. So she's got a certification from the Integrative Nutrition Institute. She's Reiki 2 qualified, quantum reflex analysis. I don't even know what that is, but it sounds really, really important. Hormone health. Bioenergetic counseling, and currently you're completing your degree in the psychology of metaphysics, which I think is really, really cool. So Rachael, welcome to the Global Energy Healing Summit. We're really thrilled to have you here.
Thank you so much, Tom. It's a pleasure to be here.
Yeah.
It's to share.
So tell us first, I'm just really intrigued how you made that shift. You were selling equipment that allowed people in labs to do diagnostics, and actually, you still do a little bit of that, but very, very different. You had me do something yesterday that I think you'll get into. But how did you make that shift to where you are now, where it really is going inside and that internal wisdom that we all have? How did you make that shift? What brought that about?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think like so many practitioners that go into more holistic wellness, it was my own healing journey and my own health that was a catalyst for looking in a different direction as far as staying with regular medicine. A lot of my friends were physicians. I had some health issues of my own, eczema, some chronic digestive issues since childhood, which was manifesting into my ability to not think clearly, to not be able to focus as much as I was before. And at the time, I was around 33 years old. I had 3 small babies, 3 daughters, that including twins. And so I was starting to look for alternatives and ran across a colon hydrotherapist, had a few sessions which were profound in the connection between my emotions and what I was suppressing and my health issues. And that was what drove me to start looking at other alternatives of lifestyle and energy medicine, as opposed to just regular doctors and lab work and other things that I had been exposed to prior to that.
Yeah. Well, you know, it's interesting because I think so many people, even watching here, they've gone to doctors, traditional Western medical doctors. They don't feel good, but the doctors can't find out what's wrong, right? Or even if they can identify the symptoms, they don't know how to fix it. And that's what drew you to the work that you do today, was not getting the answers. And thank God you were creative enough and resourceful enough to continue searching, which we're going to get more into some of the solutions that you found. But that's why a lot of people are coming to this summit. They know there's something not right, but everywhere they go, people can't find answers for them. And
Right.
hopefully you'll provide them with some answers today too, which I'm really excited about.
Right. Well, it can be very frustrating. And when you know and you can feel in your body something's not quite right, it's a little off, but you go to the doctors, you find out your lab work, they're within the normal range. And what the physicians don't tell you is that those normal range is for, you know, American society as a whole, which isn't necessarily your normal range or a healthy range. And so what I have learned over the years, Tom, is it's really about the subtleties, and it's about learning to trust your own body when something's not quite right or not quite where you think and want it to be, to continue to pay attention to the wisdom of yourself, to be your own doctor, to keep looking for what could make that connection. What is it in my lifestyle, or what is it that my body needs now to feel happier, to feel more joy, to feel more in alignment with why I'm here. And that purpose-driven life is so important to how we enjoy our lives, right?
And why are people so disassociated from those subtleties? Because, you know, it makes total sense. It's not, you know, everyone is expecting, you know, from the advertisements they've seen, a pill that instantly cures you. That's not going to happen. It's the subtleties, the subtle energies, but people aren't in touch with that today. I mean, so many people are just so disassociated. What's going on that separates them from this internal wisdom that they should be tapping into?
Oh, so true. And I think it's a little bit by design. All of the technological advances that we've had, fantastic for making life easier, but they're so distracting. You have people not even having conversations anymore, boosting people, and it's really difficult to form these new relationships. And our children, teenagers, and young children, you might see them sitting at the dinner table and they're just completely tuned out. And I think as a society, we're so used to having distraction and sound and TV, we've lost connection to ourselves. And then there's another layer, there's the physical layer. I think our food system is riddled with information or lack of information as far as nutrients and toxic chemicals and preservatives. Even our toothpaste having ingredients in there that are actually disassociating us from ourselves. And so it's a concentrated effort on what's physical and where's the emotional, mental disconnect from our own internal truth and our body and what it's trying to tell us.
Yeah. And you
So
talk about...
also think there's another overwhelm. There's another layer of being overwhelmed and wanting to just tune out.
Yeah.
And so food, alcohol, we're doing things that are distracting us and letting us to just check out rather than tuning back in.
Yeah. I liked what you just said just a second ago, what the body's trying to tell us. When someone's not well, you look at it differently. First of all, you believe that with the correct information, support, the body can heal. But when the body, I was reading something you wrote, you said that there's times in everybody's life where there's, you know, overwhelm, or it's just, you know, just too much. And the body then acts up or becomes a little bit ill or creates symptoms. What is it trying to tell us? What is it trying to accomplish when we feel this illness? Because a lot of people think, oh, I'm just sick. You know, I got it from so-and-so, or this is happening, but you look at it a little bit differently. What is the body trying to teach us or tell us or help us out with?
Right, so true. And the way I look at it is the body is actually helping us to retune in. So
Okay.
it's an ache, a pain. It's trying to help us to refocus whatever is missing or what's out of alignment. So sometimes, like, our hips might hurt, that there's a disconnection. You might be sitting too much. You might have a decision to make, that something that we really want but know what we shouldn't do. And so that might manifest in hip pain if there's an emotional, energetic connection to it, not just a physical. So it's really looking at those subtleties, and instead of coming, oh, something's wrong, start coming from a place of curiosity. Like, wow, what is my body trying to tell me? Where can I go from this and learn from it so that I can correct that area in my life, so that that ache or pain can resolve itself?
Yeah.
Yeah. And so different body systems hold different energetics from an emotional component and also from a chemical component. So people, they are lacking energy, they feel really drained and tired, and their body's too bogged down with chemicals or emotional stress. That's number one, is determining which is it, or is it both? And how to support the body's energy to become more in alignment so that healing can happen. Because let's face it, the body knows how to heal. We don't have to think about a cut and willing it to heal, although that might help a little too.
Yeah.
It just does it on its own. How? There's more to it than just biology. There's a synergy that happens. And when that synergy is more in alignment, healing happens faster and easier and better.
Yeah.
When it's not.
Yeah. That's awesome. And I love your philosophy of, when the body's not healing, it's just a signal to go in and inside and clean things up. And you talk about a systems approach to healing. Describe what that means, systems approach.
Well, in a way, our body is just a big factory for getting rid of waste and taking in what it needs. So many systems are focusing on what nutrients to take in. And from our approach, we look at how's the body getting rid of waste. So we have obviously urine and pooping. We start there. If you're constipated, or if there's something off with your digestion, that's 70 to 80% of your immune system. And a lot of our emotions are held in our gut. Let's face it, we get nervous, we get butterflies in our tummy, not in our brain. We'll throw up even if we get that upset, right? Our bodies know that this is our heart, and our gut is where our wisdom is held, our intuition is held, and our immune system, and that's biological and spiritual connectedness there. So you have to start there. Second, I look at skin. The skin is the largest detoxification organ. So if you're having any type of discoloration or skin blemishes, rashes, itching, which is what I had, eczema all over my body, I wasn't eliminating well. My body's sewage system was all backed up. So the skin starts to show that. So if you start looking at your body as, where is it showing signals? How do you help eliminate the waste that your body doesn't need to have on anymore?
Yeah.
Your then has more energy to go towards creativity, towards thinking, creating new healthier cells, as opposed to managing and just staying and managing and staying in survival, staying in thrive. You can't thrive if you're full of it.
Yeah. No, that seems good. And the body does need energy to heal. You know, if it's being used up just with the detoxification or the elimination process, there's not enough to stay in to heal, which is a really interesting way of looking at it. Yeah.
Right. Well, and I hear so many people come to me when they haven't gotten answers other places. And then they have tried a detox or a cleanse, and then they felt worse. And so they're like, oh, I don't want to do a cleanse. Well, you might be doing it out of order. People do a liver cleanse, and your body's not ready for a liver cleanse. It doesn't have enough energy to do a cleanse.
Yeah.
We drilled up the mitochondria, get some rest, put things in alignment, quiet the body down so that it can start gathering some reserves and gently start going into a cleanse. But I think that the idea of a systems-based approach is really assessing where that individual is so that we can individualize the protocols and go at the pace that they need as opposed to just following a program.
Yeah. You had me do something yesterday, which was really interesting. You had me take a scan, and it was me just speaking into my microphone here for not even that long, but it was whatever the process was, and you can tell people more about it. It was really fascinating because it made some diagnoses as to what was going on, and in so many different categories, not just organs. I mean, that was part of it, but emotions. I mean, all sorts of exposure to environment. It was really, really fascinating. Take us through a little bit of that process of what you had me do and what that output was, because I thought that was really cool.
Sure, thank you. So the Nest system is the one that I've been using for the past 6 years or so. And the best way I can describe it is for anyone who's played music or has enjoyed music, you can tell when the band is really on, right? All of the, the pianist is playing with the guitarist or whatever, and everything seems, it's just music, it's beautiful. But what about a band when there's one person in the band who's just a little off? And it's subtle, but you can still detect that, oh, that just didn't sound quite right. Everything else is pretty good, but just isn't right. The Nest scan utilizes your body as your instrument. Your voice is your tuning fork. And that our bodies hold frequencies within that will be a little bit off when they're not quite right or they're toxic in some way, right? Need addressed. So the voice recognition of the Nest scan detects those subtleties and is able to allow us a picture into those subtleties of your body and what's using the most energy, what attention the body wants, and then tries to link those together so we can do that systems-based approach. Where do we start? Where is your energy most being used? And what is the body asking for to get some support in those areas and where to start? So it's a beautiful, quick, easy assessment that's rich in detail, allows us to give a individualized meditation to the subconscious, which is where a lot of our energy is. We do things, sometimes it doesn't make sense logically, but we'll do it anyway.
Yeah. No, it's really cool. And I just did that meditation you sent me this morning. It was great.
Good.
Yeah, no, I loved it. It was really, really cool. About 20 minutes, really, really powerful meditation. Very cool. And so that was customized based upon what you saw on my scan.
Correct.
Oh, very cool. Very nice. Yeah. And
yeah, so that'll change each time you do a scan.
Okay, interesting. And so what does the scan look at? Talk about the components of where you look, because it's not just a scan, it's actually your coaching and you're being able to analyze the scan. You gave me some unique insights on the scan. But what are the things that when you have somebody do the scan, what are some things that you look at as you go through that to tailor your recommendations?
Great. So first what I do is have a conversation generally with the person to find out where their health is now, what their goals are, and what would be considered their biggest pain body. What's the complaint or issue that they want to. We then do the scan, which takes, like you said, only a few seconds.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah.
And we can do it from anywhere, which is beautiful. And then we go through the scan and we look for a theme. We look for, is this emotional? Is this because you're not bringing enough energy in from the outside, like from sunlight or sleep? Oxygen is a big one right now. Hydration is a big one for a lot of people. We have to have these essential building blocks from the outside. Love, sample, sleep, big deals. Then we go through each system in the body. Does it have enough strength to do its individualized job? There's a link between Chinese meridians confirmed by quantum physics, which is the analysis is what's based. And is there links between organ systems that we need to support? And so it goes through all 12 of those stages. Then it goes into the mind-body assessment. So it's looking at thoughts, feelings, and emotions that you might have had in the past that are being stored in the body as trauma. And so many of us have traumas that we can understand, and others are very subtle. Your dad slapped your hand for reaching up on the stove, and you made it mean, oh, I shouldn't reach up, or I'm going to get hurt.
Yeah.
And children make up stories, but it makes a difference later on in life, in my belief. In this system, I've seen it time and time again come up, and like, oh yeah, I remember.
Wow.
And infoceuticals that people will take are that they're water imprinted with vibration. Just the body just needs information to correct.
Mm-hmm.
Have that information, then the corrections can happen, and you can start making changes in your life where you might not have had the willpower before to do that.
Yeah. And so the process is you do the scan, you get an expert like you that then coaches you through what's going on. So you have an awareness. That's what you did with me yesterday. And then the infoceuticals are bottles then that are shipped that are structured water with a vibration in it that has information that your body can absorb to make the correction. Is that how it works?
Right. I know it sounds a little crazy, but they work.
Yeah.
And all the body needs is information.
Yeah.
Cells themselves know what to do with that information. So the way I think about it is, are you in flow with life and what you're here to do? Or does it feel like you're swimming upstream? Does it feel like everything that you do just keeps hitting against resistance or illness? If you feel like you're getting that resistance, these might be the insights that you need to be able to get back into flow, get back into your best, highest self, and have a joyful life. And I mean, that's really what it's all about.
Yeah.
How to be more productive, happier, healthier lives with the people around us.
Yeah. Well, I love it. And the reality is it's not a huge stretch when people think, medicines that they see being advertised on TV have magical properties. No, it's a vibration, right? It's information. Now, many times, while they can help with symptoms, that information stored in that pill is going to have side effects. And you can see at the end of most advertisements, they list all the side effects. You're like, whoa, why is it even worth getting rid of this symptom to get all those side effects? Versus this is information, this is vibration in water and without the side effects, right?
Well, yes and no. So
okay.
Every time you do a healing,
Yeah.
there's a little bit of a healing shift.
Okay.
You might feel after a week or so of being on the infoceuticals, we kind of celebrate at our office just a little bit when someone gets the sniffles, or they
Right.
get a little bit of more of a rash, or they get weakness and tiredness. That's your body going through that phase of healing and detoxification.
Yeah.
Internal wisdom was designed so that we could help support the systems in that detoxification process. So we have light beds, we have infrared, we have colon hydrotherapy, natural ways for the body to help get those out so that your body can then be cleaner and work more efficiently.
Yeah. So the side effects would be more like the body healing and detoxing. You're going to get a side effect like that.
Generally very subtle.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's epiphanies or dreams that will happen.
Yeah.
That the body needs to work through and release. I mean, we suppress so many of our emotions that we feel are negative, or we don't want to remember as much, and so we'll suppress those. But what we hold on to, I mean, makes us sick sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's that emotional component that goes along with healing in my experience. And so we address the physical and detoxification and helping those pathways to clear on a cellular biological phase, and the emotional mental that goes along with that.
And so this approach that you have is amazing. What types of things do people come to you with? Is it a broad spectrum? Are there sweet spots that you tend to see people come to you for help with? What types of things do you help people with?
Yeah, it's a great question. We do get all kinds of clients. However, I tend to see people that are ready for a transition.
Okay.
fed up with what they're already doing and they're ready for something different. Or they're in a transition, changing of jobs, they need to make a decision. It's usually emotional, but it's oftentimes physical. So we do get digestive issues, mental health clarity, depression, anxiety, then sleep issues. And then we get a lot of people that are coming in for support for detoxification with autoimmune, Lyme, other conditions that are more intense.
Yeah.
But a primary chunk is they have a decision to make. They acknowledge it, or they may be lying to themselves that they have to make it, and they're wanting some assistance and clarity for that.
That's awesome.
So clearing the space, taking care of yourself, tuning into what your truth is a process of learning how to self-love.
Yeah.
And they get that support. We bring some humor to it. My personality is just that we, everything we take so seriously. And if we just learn to lighten up and relax into it, boom, your answer comes through and you figure out a way to do it. And
Yeah.
that's a magical part of healing.
I love that. I love that philosophy. Yeah. And I love the name of your company, Inner Wisdom. That's really, really cool. So when you start with a client, what are the expectations you want the client to have when they come to work with you?
Well, being open
Okay.
to possibility.
Yeah.
Open to what would life be like if you didn't have this thing holding you back.
I like that. That's really, really cool. And because most people, they're so stuck in the thing, their brain hasn't even gone there. Their mind hasn't even gone there. And so part of what you're doing right at the beginning is open that up, because that is important to have a place you want to move into, not just a place you want to move out of. Like, where do you want to move into? Which I know that, that's a big thing that you help people do. So how does somebody, if they want to, how do they work with you? How do they find you? Where would they go?
So you could check us out on internalwisdom.com.
Okay.
I send a link on that you can distribute out to the participants if you'd like, that can have them sign up and do what you did yesterday, which was voice recognition scan. And we can have a little consult to talk about what their goals are, and then review that if you'd like.
Okay, great. So what? So Internal Wisdom, internalwisdom.com.
Yes.
And then if they go to that, will they be able to get in touch with you, or do we need a special landing page like internalwisdom.com/global healing? Can you set that up?
Sure can.
Okay, great. So internalwisdom.com/global healing. And then Rachael will set up a landing page where you've got a special offer to be able to get started with her. And I think that'll be fantastic. So what are the top priorities when you look at a client coming in? What are the things that you look like yesterday when you worked with me? Take me through the process of how the way your brain was working, the way your mind was working, because you had the scan, then you talked with me a little bit about personal history, decode it a little bit. What were you doing with me?
So I was paying attention to the subtleties with you, Tom.
Okay.
Everybody. People say really what's on their mind and they don't even realize it. At that subconscious level, people want to be seen, heard, felt, loved, and appreciated, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if I'm truly present with you, I can pick up on your subtleties.
Mm-hmm.
I can pick up on where we need to start. What could be the most impactful for you today, right now? So sometimes that's a difficult conversation, depending on whether or not you're open and ready to hear it. So I usually start off slow. I start off with where you get the biggest bang for your buck, and then we go from there. So I'm usually sorting out where to start. Is it energy that needs to be brought up for you, which could include lots more rest or prioritization of saying no more than yes? Yeah. Tend to especially overachievers, they tend to overbook their schedule until at some point, right? So, or is there a physical ailment that we need to really help support so that the body can get rid of the waste? And so that healing process. If you're distracted with pain or lack of sleep, it's really hard to go into that more spiritual aspect of self. So I'm assessing 1 or 2 buckets. Which bucket would you be in? How do I start? Is it, can you handle more, or do we need to go really slow?
Yeah, that's really,
custom
yeah.
protocol.
And it's so cool. I mean, the whole integrative approach. So the mind body, you even say, you know, you look at stored traumas, because those are big like that. If you don't heal those inside, it's hard to get the physical body up and functioning because it's sucking energy from you. So I love your integrative approach. I think even without the scan, you would be phenomenal in helping people. I love too, though, how you've got the scan and you have the wisdom of years of coaching people together. That's incredibly dynamic. And I know it's a game changer for you and helping a lot of people.
Yeah, you're right, Tom. I think doing this so many years now, I really can be in tune with people and very present. So I almost am the nest scan in some, but it's really great confirmation for you to be able to see that, for you to be able to look and go, oh yeah, I can recognize that. And so many of my clients say, how does it know that based on my voice?
Yeah.
Right? It's beautiful to witness people witnessing themselves and having confirmation for that.
Yeah.
And able to use the meditation at home, or the Nest Infoceuticals, or the My Health that comes along with it, which is a health pulsed electromagnetic frequency, but a real cutting edge tool that is available as well. So we're our best doctor.
Yeah.
And we start doing things for ourselves, it's much more rich. And I've done, these are the epiphanies I've had. This is what I did on my own. You wouldn't believe what I did. I would have made this other choice to eat this meal, but I was able to stop myself and tune in and watch the sunrise, and things that make a big difference in our own well-being, but ownership of our own health.
Yeah. And I thought the scan and your wisdom was really on track yesterday. So I would encourage everybody to check out Rachael and what she's doing with NES, the scan, and just the great work that she does. If people do want to go to your health and wellness center, where is that located? I know it's in Northern California, but where exactly?
Yeah, we're right outside of Sacramento, up in California.
Okay, awesome. And that's, you said they have, in the health and wellness center, you have all sorts of services in addition to what we've been talking about, the Nest scan and the coaching. What else do you have there?
So we're very much into sound and sound vibration. I work with a lot of veterans with PTSD and trauma, and we had patient tanks at one point, but found we could do just as much healing with sound vibrations, so special speakers, special zero gravity beds to offer that. Colon hydrotherapy, because let's face it, a lot of people have digestive issues and hydration problems. That is a great place to start to teach ourselves how to let go. We have, it's called the Hocket. It's oxygen spa, sauna, infrared saunas, and red light therapy. So everything to help with the detox process that you might want to help with.
Yeah. That's amazing. Well, everybody, I really encourage you to check out Rachael. My session with her, I've already said it, but I thought it was really fantastic. And I'm looking forward to taking the drops and re-educating my body and just achieving even more health. So Rachael, thank you so much for being part of this. Thank you for your internal wisdom, and thank you for helping all of us tap into our internal wisdom. We really appreciate you being on here.
Thank you so much. Lots of love to you. Come on up to Northern California and see me.
I definitely will. And I know a lot more people will too.
Great. Thank you.
What a great day. This wraps up day 1 of the Global Energy Healing Summit. And I hope you've learned as much as I have. The lineup today was incredible. We had Master Chunyi Lin, Donna Eden and her husband David Feinstein, Dr. Alex Loyd, Ashok Gupta, Stacy McCarthy, my wife, Dr. Leta Jussila, and Rachael Dardano. And they shared with you amazing techniques that if you just put into action, you can transform your life. So make sure you tune in tomorrow because we have another set of amazing speakers ready to share with you their best practices, their tips, their secrets, their techniques that can help you with healing through using energy. If for any reason, though, you feel like you might miss any of these inspirational and potentially life-changing interviews during the summit, I highly encourage you to secure your lifetime access by purchasing a VIP all-access pass today. Do it right now. Simply click the button below and order your VIP all-access pass at a special limited discount right now. For a limited time only, you get this discount that you can get right now. And before we wrap up, one final request. Leave your comments in the section below and let me know what inspired you most about today's interviews. Thanks again for joining me for the world premiere day one of the 2021 Global Energy Healing Summit, and I look forward to seeing you tomorrow.